guys can't see each other. Well, I guess the YouTube chat can kind of see you, but... Special Twitch Moonlighters, yeah. What are they waving with? Just waves at Twitchers with stars on either side. Although all this reminds me of at the end of the day is just the very old YouTube video, Catching Fire, by Ronald Jenkins, where he intros the video by going, "Hello, tubes!" and then proceeds to play some of the greatest jams ever written on the internet. All right, so all that's done. We got this. Yep. We all good. Okay, now the game's saving. Thank you. Do you like this Bob Ross looking room? It does kind of look like Bob Ross's hair, except maybe Minecrafty. It's a little bit too square. It's just me digging out patterns so that I can get extra boulders. I was today years old when I found out that volcanoes don't spawn lignite or bituminous coal and promptly died inside. Oh, they can sometimes. I've definitely had volcanoes with bituminous coal. Or you could just like dig down to the cavern layers and make charcoal out of the cavern trees. I mean, he's like blocky Bob Ross, you know? Are you in any form active in Steam forums? Me? I don't think I've ever posted on a Steam forum. Like, ever. I lurk in the Steam forums sometimes and then almost immediately lose my faith in humanity and then remember why I don't like to look at the Steam forums and then stop looking at the Steam forums. Why do you ask? If I'm active on the Steam forums. And then I sometimes wonder to myself, why does Steam have forums? It's just making this whole site worse. I need more mudstone. I do actually need more mudstone. I think my favorite thing I got off of the Steam forums recently was after the most recent news posts came out with the trailer for Adventure Mode, there was a bunch of people basically going, bah, 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 slow development, blah, 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 scammers, yada, 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 bullshit. I'm wanking myself off about how much I hate this video game that I'm definitely constantly obsessed with every single time I constantly think about it. And so I was reading a thread that was kind of going along those lines, and somebody responded, which was, the only problem with this game becoming very financially successful and selling a lot of copies is that all of you muffin heads started playing it. And that's how I feel about the Steam forums. Bunch of fucking muffin heads. Thank you, Radbug. Bunch of muffin heads, you know? A lot of them. Muffin heads. It's like genuinely one of the funniest things that I've seen on the Steam forums in ever. It was fantastic. Oh yeah, also, we are down in 2 of the cavern layers. This is one of them. This cavern layer is right above the magma sea. So the magma sea is like right here. And this cavern layer is like, you know, here. And then all the way over here, I've got this beginning to roll. This is basically just a whole bunch of water wheels that has water slowly filling underneath it that needs to hit the end here. And then it'll start generating power. And that's what we're going to use to power the whole thing. I don't think there's too many kids on the Steam forums. I think there's too many unhinged adults on the Steam forums who don't think about what they're saying. You know, honestly, I think that's what it is. I know that, like, there's a very, like, old saying on the internet, right? Don't feed the trolls. You know, you don't interact and they'll ignore you. And this has been, like, very noticeable recently, especially with Bethesda responding to negative reviews for Starfield. It's like, I think a lot of people forget that a lot of games are made by very small groups of people. Well, see, then you insult the air quotes unwashed masses or whatever you want to call them. I think people forget that a lot of, or either don't know or forget that a lot of video games and a lot of art projects and a lot of media projects are made by very small groups of people, right? And I think that these very small groups of people, by that I mean like teams of like 3 or 4, like Jupiter Hell is a good example, right? Jupiter Hell is largely made by 2 dudes. Sometimes their friend helps. Sometimes the lead guy's brother helps, because they're just like very part-time contractors. Like they'll jump in right before a patch needs to get out just to help polish things up. And that's it, right? And then they also have a publisher that deals with some of their online like community management stuff, but that's about it, really. It's literally like largely 2 guys. And then they'll get negative comments that are just like, why don't you just put your community team on promoting this portion of the game a little bit better? It's like, community team. All right, so hi, I'm the developer of this video game. I'm one person. I do this. Hi, I'm the art director for this video game. I'm the same person. Hi, I'm the community manager for the same game. I'm the same person. I think a lot of people forget like how small some of these teams are. And when you go into a forum and just start yelling at somebody for taking a vacation because the game didn't get developed faster, I think people just kind of don't realize that that isn't realistic expectations for the vast majority of game publishers. And I think that those so-called muffin heads are just people who are just there babbling and not really thinking about what they're saying usually. Athros, thank you very much for the 30 out of 30 subscription. Appreciate you. Means a lot, dude. So, I don't know. I'm in a babbly mood today, apparently. Started off today super, like, low-key and, like, and then my meds kicked in, and now it's like, oh, okay, I'm here now. I'm alive! And it is terrifying. Also, if anybody wants me to check in with their dwarf, if you know that your dwarf's still alive, give me a holler.
Woo!
Less in some ways, but you still enjoy the stuff. Hey, you know, well, people come and go, and life takes over, and that is a good and important thing that should happen. You shouldn't spend a stupid take, but you shouldn't spend your entire life watching content on the internet. You'll probably be better off for it if you aren't. As much as it would financially help me, and I wouldn't complain, you probably shouldn't. It's probably better for you if you don't do that. An elven caravan from Bainferelli has come. I'm gonna say, you need a trade depot. I thought I had one. Did I not rebuild? Oh, I didn't rebuild it. That's my fault. That is my fault. Whoops. Whoopsie daisies. Let's do that. And 3 cage traps up here. 4 cage traps, I gather. Giant polar bears or GTFO? Pretty much, yes. I mean, they did bring me a giant dingo, which is a solid start. And I'm pretty sure I was making silk crafts. Yeah, I am, so that's what we're going to sell them, is silk crafts. Of Lego minifigurines or something? I mean, anybody, like... the people do some pretty crazy stop motion stuff with Lego, and I love that stuff, so. I smoke and drink for I smoke and drink. It's a living. I have a job on the side to support my living. I think it's what you actually mean. I have dinner with frozen yogurt. Nah, just snow cones. But we need some more Yetis to get more snow cones. I haven't seen a Yeti in a while. Although my mayor almost got mauled to death by a Yeti. I already have an on-off switch, my nerd. Otherwise, I'd be about to flood half my basement once the power kicks in. The on-off switch is this. And look, they're powered. See? So this is the the on-off. So this requires 621 power. This is generating 2,000 currently, although that will stabilize as the water levels stabilize. And then I can just like extend this as I need more power. But yeah, that's the power connector on that. It's from a YouTube video review of the game Hero Quest. I'm pretty sure the video is literally called Hero Quest is the best game ever made. It's a dude with a beard. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. It was one of those things that chat demanded. Chat wanted it. Holy shit. H Bomber guy just uploaded something on his second channel. He's actually uploading twice in a week. Well, I know what I'm doing tonight. Yeah, it's literally, like, you literally just type in Hero Quest is the best game, and it's the first thing that pops up. There it is. That's what that soundbite is from. It's literally from, like, the first 5 seconds of that video. Christmas ad revenue? I mean, maybe. November is generally better than Christmas, though. No, I think a response to one of the responses he got for his other video. It's on his second channel, which is H Burger Guy. So, Hero Quest is the best game ever made, and anybody who says otherwise is wrong. Yeah, it's a little mini dungeon crawl game. Yeah, I've never played it, but I'm familiar with what it is. Apparently, I'm a spicy meatball, according to the YouTube chat. I don't know how I feel about this. I feel like in order to be a meatball, you need to be, like, at a certain body weight, which I am definitely below weight. Or below what I should be, anyway. We'll do Gabbro bracelets. Give spider silk bracelets. Yeah, I'm more like a bone marrow mound. I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with this. Gabbro earrings and cave spider silk earrings. Wonder if you can sell them eggs. I guess eggs is probably considered a food product, right? No, I would need... I'm pretty sure soup is more than 70% liquid. And because humans are only 70% liquid, and in fact, I probably don't drink enough water. So I'm probably less than 70%. I'm probably like 68% liquid. I'm definitely not a soup. Now, if you want to make the argument for like... You know what? I'm not even going to begin this discussion. You can come to your own conclusions. Why do I hate water? I don't hate water. More of a Slim Jim. Less of a meatball, more of a Slim Jim. Yeah, there's probably bone matter in Slim Jims. Back from your nap. Today's been weird. Hi, what's up, Bastet? Good day. Yeah, yesterday we were playing as a bone wraith, Martin. That is true. So that's why we were named Indiana Bones. A stew, then? Frog? I don't really have a horse in this argument. The food product... chat, if you were a food product, what would you be and why? Go. Does fat count as a food product? I feel like you should be more specific than that, like butter, bacon. Elfie, I hate to break it to you, but you're a bean. It's in your name. How could you be a cookie if you're already a bean? Although you could probably like contort this, and you could probably be like, I don't know, like a red paste, like a red bean paste thing. Like, I'll bet you they've made red bean paste cookies. Anyway, let's see. Do they have any animals? I don't think they have any animals. Nope, just leaves and fruit. Ooh. All right, well, I will buy berries and fruit then. What about cactus fruit? That's interesting. I wonder if I can even buy this stuff. Nope, super duper can't. Okay, well, Trade. Oh, wonderful. Thank you for your business. They seem pleased with the trading. So these elves, these elves are from... well, actually, I'm just looking for their... He's on you. Or the one that we were trading with. You worship Alisa Enolothanu. And they're from the Wet Birds. You know what I want to do for this tower? I'm going to make a custom statue for each faction that we trade with. So I'm going to go... I guess we'll go to this. And I will make a iron... Okay, I guess I should. Furniture iron statue. I will make a image related to the Wet Birds. And we will do that right after they make that pipe. Be a pizza, you got many toppings. You know, honestly, like, chat pointed out the Slim Jim thing, and, like, I'm kind of stuck on that one. Can I be, like, nicer, a nicer pepperoni stick than a Slim Jim? Could I be, like... So there's this brewery, or not, there's this area there where there's a brewery, and it's in like a little strip mall area in North Van, and it's pretty close to an area I like to go hiking. And sometimes we'll go to that brewery and we'll buy a couple cans of like beer and put it in our backpacks, and then we'll go to the butcher shop, which is right across the street, because they make super fancy cured meats, and they have these extremely nice pepperoni sticks. I would say that is cheating, Gate Elemental. You could just refuse to answer. You could also just be like... Actually, you know what I would be? If I could be a food product, I would actually be like a bone stock that you use to boil in soup. So I just get left in the freezer for a very long time until people forget about me and throw me out. Or alternatively, I sit in a freezer and then get to sit in a nice warm bath before I die. That's what I would be. That's what I would be. I'd be bone stock. All right, so the weaponsmith named Kib withdraws from society. As far as what kind of bone, I don't know at that point. So you grab iron bars, which I'm pretty sure were about to be used to make that statue. So good job on you. I'm going to really quick whip up another metalsmith forge. Just plop you like right there. So we can keep making the things that we're making. Got pyrolusite. As long as you're not shrimp paste. Anything called paste just doesn't sound appealing to me. It's like, I know like red bean paste is very appealing, but like, anything with the word paste in the name just doesn't sound appealing to me. It's like not what I associate with delicious sounding food, you know what I mean? They have shoes. Mice nerd. I don't know, maybe paste for me is like, now that I'm thinking about it, it's kind of like the word dollop. Like, I like a dollop of whipped cream on a piece of pie, right? I don't like the word dollop. Like miso paste, delicious. Maybe I just don't like the word paste. Yeah, it's fine. I'll live. What brewery? I don't know if I want to out that location. There's so many breweries in Vancouver, it could be like one of 12. But The Dollop is a podcast I listen to sometimes. Merchants will be leaving soon. Very helpful. Yeah, that's a very different existence of the word. Acting kinda loco? Insane in the membrane? Is that what's going on here, Redbug? Radbug? I always want to call you Redbug, but your name's Radbug. I don't know what a roll mop is. Is a roll mop like the... Genuinely don't know what a roll mop is. What the heck is a roll mop? No, I know what you're talking about is food. But just completely unrelated to that. I have that song stuck in my head now. Because you're acting kind of loco. I was watching the Tiny Desk concert of them recently. Saying, insane in the membrane, insane in the brain. Cypress Hill. Pickled herrings are delicious. We have a big seafood cult loco. Okay, fair enough. I don't know if I would go so far as to say it's a good song, but it's certainly a classic. A moist dollop of paste. Yeah, but like here's the thing. I don't like any of those. I don't mind the word moist at all. Dollop of paste, like in practice, if I just say that word and the sentence keeps going, it's fine. But it's one of those sentences where like if I sit there and I think about it for too long, it starts to get gross. I don't know if that makes any sense. But I need to remake this statue because they canceled it to make the artifact. Iron, not trap. Furniture, iron statue. Related to a civilization, the wet birds. We'll push that up to there. They brought out a 30-foot Buddha with a giant pot leaf on its stomach, and people were breakdancing in the crowd. I believe, like, I would love, like, I'm not a huge hip hop guy, but I would love to see Cypress Hill. I feel like they would just be a lot of fun. There's this story that I've seen passed around the internet for years that apparently there was some dude who claimed this happened. I first saw it on Reddit. It's claimed that this happened to him, where he said that he was in LAX airport and he was flying to Vancouver, Canada. And this was in the early 2000s. And he just looked over to his friend and said, I'm way too high to go through security right now. And behind them, a voice said, me too, man, me too. And they turned around and, well, it was Cypress Hill. Both of them. Both halves of Cypress Hill. Which is, I believe that they would be flying economy in the early 2000s. Another iron mace. I think that's our second or third, maybe even mace artifact. I'll just say container brewing then. Mark. Container brewing. All right. Kib, the weaponsmith, has created Lechalros, an iron mace, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Kib Roast Granite Wet. Don't take it for granite wet. It's too high to go through security. That's very funny, Morheb. I see the joke there. All right, so let's scroll down here and let's read about this bonk stick. This is a bonk stick. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is studded with iron and decorated with pigtail, and encircled with bands of oval gabbro cabochons and bone and gabbro. On the item is an image of Inky Mansion, the faceted metal scepter. That's interesting. In pyrolusite, on the item is an image of dwarves in slate. The dwarves are striking a triumphant pose. The artwork relates to the foot race held by the insightful Handles in desert mansions as part of the Festival of Creating in the midwinter of 53 during the 14th race in the Festival of Creating. Huh. I think people ask that question too much, Eddie. You know, over the weekend, this happens to me once or twice a weekend, where I'll just have like a weird like idea for a YouTube video, and I'll sit there and I'll script the whole thing out, and then I'll stare at it for like 90 minutes and then delete it. I just did that with here's why I stopped playing RimWorld. But I don't know, maybe I'll make that video one day. All right, so I need to put this mace somewhere. I think I'm going to put it in here. I think on average it happens about twice a stream, Alfie. Let's just do a rock pedestal. It doesn't matter the material. Let's do 10 of them, just so that I have them. Pedestals themselves don't matter so much. But yeah, we have a hammer, a spear, and 2 maces now. Yeah, it looks good. Bastet. Glad it arrived quickly. Because, like, didn't you get that, like, last Thursday or something? It was very, very recent. We're also in an ad now. Once you're past security at O'Hare in Chicago, there are marijuana amnesty boxes to deposit your contraband again after you pass security. Yeah, we have those here too. But what's really funny is there is a smoking spot on top of the parking outside of the airport that has a sign that says, yes, you can smoke marijuana here. So you can go to the YVR International Airport, go to the smoking area and get ripped out of your mind, and then go into security. Which I love. There's something about that that's just very amusing to me. Hell yeah. Well, I hope you like your shirt. Fog did a great job on that art. Yeah, now that Twitch notifies me of the ads, like I might as well heed the notification and pause. So comfy, yeah. I have one, not that particular shirt, but I have a different one from Fourth Wall with the same material, so very comfy shirts. Also, on the way back from a convention once, I won't say which one, I accidentally smuggled weed into Canada. Accidentally. Like, I thought that I'd thrown it out, but clearly I didn't, and it ended up at the back of my at the bottom of my backpack. So, great security. Went from somewhere where it was legal back to somewhere where it was legal. So at some point it's like, whatever. Criminal. Yes, I admit to my crimes. Now what? Like, genuinely, now what? Okay. So we've got that statue coming along. We're mostly just waiting on blocks, so we'll just let the game run a little bit. Mostly just waiting on materials. Vancouver. Vancouver, Canada. Born and raised. Little concerned about starting to dig on the surface, but... Oop. Got one. Chat, we got one. Got one. Trying to find a dwarf who I think would like animals. What? Esmil the Trapper. Now your full-time job to take care of this polar bear. Because we got one. Right here. Got ourselves a giant polar bear. Okay, so where am I going to put it? Maybe like right here. Do lung wounds ever heal? Were they infected? If they were infected, then no. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what happened to that dwarf. I don't know the skills. They might heal at some point, but I'm not going to guarantee things. Because I'm not sure. It depends on how bad the wound was initially, really. Okay, so this dwarf is dragging the bar over there. Probably just go around putting doors on all these, actually. Having more doors is good. Less chance of accidents happening. Okay, these two can get deconstructed. And I've got a petition for what? Stasbo Weavernotch. What are you? Human Bard, hard pass. Still don't have any of those displays made yet somehow. Shoutouts to the Reza Darkside, the 12-year-old, for dragging that cage with a giant polar bear in it. A bread knife? At least a bread knife is, like, very dull, right? I don't think I would be frustrated, Martin, if I make that video and it becomes the most watched one, purely because of the amount of money I would have made off of that video. My most viewed video on my YouTube channel, which is part 1 of the Weather Mountains Let's Play, in the last year was 1/20th of my YouTube channel's income, which, for numbers' sake, I made about $22,000 gross Canadian off of that YouTube channel this year. So that's like pre-taxes, right? So no, I wouldn't be mad because that would be a lot of money. Be like a month's rent at least. Bread knife is not serrated, no. Well, sorry, a bread knife is, a butter knife is. I guess I said bread knife. I was thinking butter knife. Yeah, that's impressive. Yeah, I don't know. So I've got this semi-wild bear. We need it to get to trained, so I'll just let them train it for a little bit. Honestly, I wouldn't feel bad as long as I put effort into the video. That's kind of the line there. It's like, if I put 0 effort into it and it becomes my most viewed video, then I feel like crap. Which, you know, for years I used to always joke that my most viewed video ever was just going to be a video called Let's Play Dwarf Fortress, and you know I'm not actually wrong. Part 1, specifically. Butter versus bread, bread would win. Sure. I'm gonna make a pen pasture here, and I'm gonna put all the puppies in the pen pasture. The bear can hang out with the puppies. They'll maybe teach the bear to be cute and cuddly and well-behaved like the puppies. And still semi-wild. No, it's gonna take a little bit. All right, so now we just need to wait until we get a second bear. Hello, Kit Fox Games official Twitch account. How are you doing on this fine day? I am making a statue dedicated to each faction that trades with me. And the first one is a elven faction called the Wet Birds. Like strong and agile, pass along genetically in any way? All traits have a chance of passing along genetically, yes. Horn Knob has grown to become a weaponsmith. Hell yes, one of my children has grown up. This fort's weird because it has so many children that are, like, almost adults. So, like, they're kind of growing up pretty quick. Horn Knob, so you get removed from this burrow now. So there's polar bears and then there's giant polar bears. If I open up the DF Wiki, I can tell you the exact numbers. A polar bear at maximum size is 400,000 centimeters cubed. So a dwarf is 60,000 centimeters cubed. So pretty big, right? A giant polar bear is at full size is 3,268,000 centimeters cubed, which is slightly larger. So, aren't they already giant? Yes. This is just a normal polar bear in this particular cage, but the hope is to get giant polar bears so that, which I have seen on this map. We had one earlier. We want the giant polar bears is the goal. Currently, there's giant puffins on the map, so their giant cuteness will kill you. You were moving last week, which was great timing with the adventure mode announcement. Or, so you weren't home during that? Oh boy. I guess that's why Tanya was DMing me. Hopefully moving went smooth though. So yeah, no, we are hoping and looking for giant polar bears. Also, I have to make another coffin. So I'm building this tiny little crypt over here, separate from the fort. For no particular reason other than I think it's kind of a neat idea. So. Also, apparently I have more dead dwarves than I thought I did. Well, that's awkward. Can we send some more polar bears? No, they're not bugged. No, polar bears are fine. Although I am convinced that trolls are bugged. And whenever I mention this, people are like, I see trolls all the time in the caverns. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about trolls as part of sieges. I have not seen a troll as part of a siege since the Steam version. Not once. So that's all. I genuinely am convinced that trolls are bugged. I've seen, I'll see beak dogs sometimes. I haven't seen a single ogre or a single troll. Maybe in the very initial release of version 50, but like not since December last year. And like I actually went through over this weekend and looked at all of my forts in my VODs and like skimmed every single siege I've gotten. It was just goblins. Just goblins. Not a single troll. I think Tarn took don't feed the trolls too literally. And also, Darmond, it's okay. Better late than never over on the YouTube side of things. So that is a thing that I'm slightly concerned about. Also, the people on the YouTube side of things watching on the YouTube stream, you may notice that the YouTube stream currently has 55 concurrent viewers and 52 likes. I don't think that there's a science to this or anything, but my suspicion is that YouTube views kind of correlate with the number of likes. So if we can make that like number go up, then I get more views. So, I mean, that should be the right link. That or it's just Hero Quest. That is the right link. Not incorrect. I saw in my last stage a ton of squirrel people. Were they coming from elves? Also, that's hysterical because they are tiny. Like, they are tiny. That'd be like getting attacked by an army of angry ham toros. Getting attacked by an army of angry ham toros? Oh, tomorrow's the 1-year anniversary of the Steam Edition. So I'm assuming that you're going to have some sort of announcement or something that you're going to tease, right? You better have something. Like, I don't know. A tweet? Drug? You'll be tweeting? Okay, I figured. Goblin Siege, but the goblins conquered a lot of elf sites. Okay, that's probably why. Because I've seen animal people. I had a faction of elves that seemed to be mostly bear people once, which was pretty cool. Cost play? Yeah, you pay me and I play. That's what this is, right? How is my grizzly bear doing? Still semi-wild. Come on! You... I literally just want you animal training. That's all I want you doing. Maybe we can also give you orderlies at some point once we start to filter that down. It's not completely finished because he needs it to be mixed and mastered. Oh yeah, that makes sense. I will say that audio stinger is fantastic. Also, really good job on that trailer, by the way. I think like the increase in Tarn and Zach's presenting ability in the last year has been like astronomical. Like if you go back and watch that announcement video for the soundtrack from before release, and then you just watch like this most recent trailer. No, it's still tweeting because people still call it Twitter. Everybody should still call it Twitter. I play video games and you pay me to play video games, right? I'm making a joke about somebody who typoed cosplay in my chat, and no, I'm not gonna cosplay anything. He had to do so many takes for the trailer. The trailer concept was all his idea. Oh, that's good. Oh yeah. I mean, trust me, talking into a microphone is a skill that we all suck at. You have to learn. Which also begs the question, is he still using the microphone that I gave him? Let's get this mudstone up here. Once this is topped off, I can start digging down. Should be? Well, that's neat. I'm glad that microphone's getting a second life. I mean, it was my streaming microphone from about 2014 till 2020. Yeah, we should call it Twitter because it makes Elon Musk angry. And anything that makes Elon Musk mildly annoyed, angry, or like upset is not a bad thing, in my opinion. So intentionally misbrand that thing forever until it ceases to exist. Or at least I will intentionally misbrand it until it ceases to exist. I don't mind referring to it as X, the social media service previously referred to as Twitter. One, because it's like a Prince reference, which I just think is really funny. And two, because I think that's funny-er in a way. Yeah, no, it's just Twitter. What, shitter? I mean, if it's shitter, then tweeting is excreting, and I'm not certain I'm willing to admit that I excrete to tell people that my stream is live, so... Because, unfortunately, because of this job, I still do actually use Twitter a bit. I don't really have a choice. I could completely just cut it out, realistically, but... eh. All right, let's check on that water, which is down here. Cool. 2,000 power steady. That's what we want. Twitter, not so much. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Reach on there is at least one. I actually get more interaction on Mastodon. I used to get quite a bit of traction on Twitter every now and again, before the Elon buyout, but like there was a point where a lot of people left, and I get more interactions generally on Mastodon. I actually sometimes get more interactions on Blue Sky now than I did on Twitter back in the day, except for the occasional thing that I'll post on Twitter where it'll be like, hey, you know, I like had this achievement, and then it'll randomly just get like 40 retweets, and I'll be like, what? People still use this service? But I do actually have conversations with people on Mastodon. Like, I talk with people about gardening pretty frequently on Mastodon, because mostly my Mastodon account is my, like, gardening blog, where I just post pictures of seedlings. So just want to see baby plants, follow me on Amazon. Not Amazon. Mastodon! Blah, blah, blah. Following me on Amazon is just following me on Twitch. You do appreciate the must trolling, but calling something X is a common variable, even if it's used to mean a widget. Oh yeah, no, it's like some of the worst branding in existence, which is why it's funny. And it's funny because like Elon Musk is convinced it's the best branding in existence because he came up with the idea when he was in college, which is like, you know, every idea that we all came up with while we were university age is the best ideas we've had for our entire lives, right? Right? I mean, come on. Do they grow well? My romaine is about this tall. So yeah, getting there. Only X-Wing is cool? Well, that's because the wings are literally shaped like an X. Like... I was able... when I was in uni, my idea was to make a game blending League of Legends and Risk of Rain and Binding of Isaac. That's obviously the best idea. Did you actually, though? Because, like, I'm sure somebody would play that. But have you seen the standard Galaxy alphabet? No, actually. We've revealed the presence of the Coven of Blazes to a human crossbowman. Who's this human crossbowman? Got so many guests. And I'll be honest, I have no idea why I have so many guests. Oh, I figured it out. So I have two zones, right? Connected to this tavern. This one isn't public. This one is. That makes so much sense. And also why none of them can get drinks. It all makes sense now. It's okay. I don't mind having visitors. We haven't had visitors in many forts recently, so. Let's go. Get out of my tavern. Get out of my zone over here that I was confused as to why you were in here in the first place. Most divorced gamer? You know, I'll be honest with you, I don't care enough about the guy to know how many times he's been divorced. Like, genuinely, I do not. So it's one of these iron maces. I think it was this one. No, it's the other one. Oh yeah, also, I don't know if you ever actually got this question, Kit Fox, but I uploaded like a playthrough of the entire soundtrack. Also, go nuts, as long as you credit me in response to responding to that. I uploaded the entirety of the soundtrack to YouTube. Didn't get any strikes, and also it isn't monetized anyway, so even if it did, it wouldn't be a problem. Everybody's like following. Somebody mentioned that recently on a podcast I was listening to, and I was just like, what? Anyway, I remember that coming up because, and the only reason it came up was because apparently he posted like photos of her cosplaying on Twitter without her permission. Anyway. No, he shouldn't be permitted to get one. But I can kind of see where you're coming from. Godin wants to stay here for the purpose of soldier. I was gonna say, Godin the naked mace dwarf? No, they're not naked. They just like, none of their sprites are showing up for some reason. Well, at least their bronze likings are. A bismuth bronze mace, adequate cheese maker, and a competent mace dwarf. Dishmab, the swords dwarf, who is also here, is their grandfather? I don't think that you're, yeah, not, are you part of my, are you from my fortress? No, I don't think you are. You are a member of the Insightful Handles, I see. Yeah, not a member of my group, but you are a member. Yeah, sure, why not? We'll bring you in. And, what's your name? Godin? Yeah, competent mace dwarf. You can go start training, Godin. Get up there. Is that the highest quality? I've actually been thinking about making a product review of it. The record itself is totally fine. But as somebody who really likes records, let me show you something. Fangamer has absolutely no fucking idea how to ship a record. I'm not the only person who had this issue. If you look at the packaging for these records, they're lovely, very well pressed. But if you look at the edges of this, you see this? The sleeve is torn. Every single record I've ever ordered from Fangamer is like this. Every single record. Wait, there's torn. And the sleeve there is torn. Okay. Now, the reason this happens is because they're using cardboard sleeves. These cardboard sleeves are totally fine. Okay? The issue is you should never ship a record inside of a cardboard sleeve. For two reasons. It can cause some pretty serious warping of the records, which it didn't in this case, which is good. But it also is guaranteed to cut through the edges when it's shipped. The way you should properly ship a record is you take the cardboard sleeves and you put them in the sides where they'll eventually go, and then you take a plastic sleeve with paper outside, and you put the records either in the middle, in the center if it's a gatefold, or at the back when it's shipped. And you ship it in plastic like this, and you can seal it if you want to be fancy. Every single record label I order from that has these cardboard sleeves does it that way. The second complaint I have about these cardboard sleeves is if you actually look at the inside of these cardboard sleeves, you see that? That little nook there? That's the edge of the sleeve where it's glued. So it's glued on the inside. If you glue it on the outside, it looks slightly less nice, but significantly easier to actually use the sleeve without catching your record on that corner. I'm going to not use these sleeves for very long and just start using my own sleeves because of that. Because every time you slide it in, it catches on the side of the cardboard, which has a chance to cut off bits of cardboard, which gives you shavings of cardboards on your record. So when you try to play it, you have to wipe all of that, like this cardboard dust off, because they glued them on the inside instead of on the outside. If I order something from Polyvinyl, they use almost identical sleeves to these, except they're glued on the outside, and they don't ship them in the cardboard sleeves. Aside from that, it's fine. But like, I got a Into the Breach record from the also from Fangamer on Black Friday, because it was 40% off and 50% off shipping, so it was actually like worth it to buy it. And so I bought that, and it had the exact same problems. So it's a fan gamer issue. It's not an issue with the actual record. The record is fine. Very good to know. Thank you, because you're talking to Fangamer about potential cut merch. Yeah, no, I mean, I don't... The only video game soundtrack distributor that I know that knows how to ship records correctly is Materia. Materia and then Black Screen, if they do it themselves, but most of the stuff that Black Screen does is redistributed from other people. They don't do that many pressings themselves. Black Screen knows how to ship records that they've pressed themselves, and so does Materia. But I've never had any luck with I Am 8-Bit or Fangamer. I'm sorry, these are all actionable reasonable points that you made. I mean, like, but I say that as like, think about it from this perspective, right? If you're buying something like that, for me, it's a business. I'm just gonna be playing the record a lot. I know it's gonna get crackly. I know I'm gonna be playing that quite frequently. So like, it's not a huge concern for me. Most people who buy that are buying it as a collector's item, and they want it in perfect condition, right? So when you buy it, when you're spending like, let's be generous here, like $60 to buy a high-end video game soundtrack on record, you probably want to frame it. You probably want to like put it on like somewhere where you can display it. You want to see it. And you don't want there to be blemishes on it, right? You want it to be as good condition. And if it shows up and the top is split, like I actually, I bought a record from an Australian record label a couple of years ago, and I actually shipped it back to them because it was shipped exactly this way with the record in the cardboard sleeve. The record was about that far through the bottom of the sleeve when it arrived. So the entire bottom of the sleeve was torn, and the record was warped. And I had to ship it back to them to prove to them that it was fucked and I couldn't use it. So. You're going to guess every vinyl set setup will have some sort of defect? Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, if anybody purchased the Dwarf Fortress soundtrack from Fangamer, check it, see if it's torn. I'd say there's like a almost guaranteed chance it is. To be honest, I've learned more about vinyl in the past year than the accumulated knowledge of your entire life, and I'll be honest, my enthusiasm is honestly kind of contagious in a way that I can gush about records, making them more interesting than if I were to have been reading about them. I get obsessed about my hobbies. It's a problem. Silencer, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Appreciate you. Ad scared the shit out of you. I'm sorry. If you just subscribed, refresh the stream because it might still serve you ads the next time they come around in 30 minutes. I don't know if it would necessarily damage the needle, Martin. The needles are actually pretty resilient, but... But anyway, so let's check in on our polar bear. Not tame at all, completely wild. You know what? I'm just gonna set it to any trainer. Just anybody who's in the vicinity. All right. Did all those dwarves get buried? Yes. Okay. So you just need to finish filling this up. But I think kind of the reason that a lot of this stuff happens is a lot of the, like, sleeves are generic, right? Like, if you're making records, you are using the exact same designs for sleeves as literally everybody else, likely. But the way you prepare them depends on who's doing it, right? Is training area in allowed burrow area? In this fort? Yes. Why? All right, let's start building battlements. Actually, you know what? Not up here. Not on this side. Why the dwarf is slacking? You mean in my fort? Or in your fort? Because I don't have any dwarves slacking. Dwarves need to take breaks every now and again. Breaks isn't slacking. Break just means you need break. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I swear you used to be able to do that. In regards to making ice furniture. I don't think I can do this in a way that I'm gonna like. So we'll just go around the edges and... Actually, you know what? Now that I think about it, this might be bad. May jump out of this. So let's instead do this. Oh, the training area. I thought you meant military area. Oh yeah, no. The burrows are fine. Yeah, no, the burrows are fine. Burrows ain't the issue. I think Stone Sense looks ugly and it makes the game crash more often than not, so you have to save the game before using it. I don't like Stone Sense very much. So do I ever think about using it? No, because I think it's ugly. Sometimes chat begs me and then I eventually do it, and then I'm like, chat, you guys have no imagination. And then I don't do it again. They need to add a better version? Nah, no, people just need better imagination. That's what we need. Well, certainly not everybody does, but if you have poor imagination, then you can use it on your own saves. I don't generally like to use it because, like I said, I don't like the way it looks. Well, then why are you talking in my chat? If you're not trying to talk to me, what are you trying to achieve then? Oh, you're not trying to talk me into it. Okay, I get it. Oh, also thank you and everyone in the community for not saying anything about the April leak. Yeah, it's kind of funny. People have gone back and they're like tagging that video going, I knew! Which is why I was like, I think people will notice more if I hide it. Otherwise, people just get to feel like an internet detective, which is a good thing. I see nothing wrong with people feeling like an internet detective. It's like a, if you know, you know, now shh situation. It's kind of what it turned into, at least for me. Isn't it too soon for it? So what happened was during the interview I did with Zach and Tarn, midway through last month, Tarn, actually here, I can just show you the line. I'll just pop up the video and show it to you. Because it's easier if I just do this. But I need to mute Dwarf Fortress first. So hold on. Let's mute Dwarf Fort. Dwarf Fort is now muted. Okay. This is timestamped it earlier. This is the video. And it was timestamped by this right here. And if I unmute this and unmute this,
make it to April, like if I'm done with everything.
So let's jump back.
Right around
up a bit so you can actually hear him.
Update whether we make it to April, like if I'm done with everything a little before, then
you can hear Zach shifting around.
Yeah, we get the, we go for the cabins, but it's
and then
like
you can hear Tarn going,
it's tricky.
Crap.
I mean, just to say, like, do we build the whole fort mode in? Right around update whether we make it to April, like if I'm done with everything a little before, then you
can literally hear Zach like going which is kind of funny. Like I heard that, I was like, uh-oh. I'm in trouble. What did I do? Crap. We did it again. Like the nervous shuffle. But like I've seen Zach do that in person before, where he'll just like shake his head, but like his whole body moves. Like I've seen him do that in talks and stuff, where like he'll be agreeing, and like yeah. And then you can hear Tarn hesitate. He goes, anyway. It's the hesitation that is great. Anyway, great moment, at least for me. Anyway, we're still working on Fortress mode. Change of subject. Yeah, there's 2 April comments right there, actually. More Monster Slayers want to stay. More people are visiting. Pretty popular tavern here in the south. I might turn down the number of visitors, because I have this bad feeling it's just going to keep accelerating. So I'm going to... I think it's under game settings. Quick population cap, baby child visitor, it's 100. Let's do 25. I don't want to have ridiculous numbers of visitors. 25 is plenty. No. It's not like... So, in my opinion, my streams are, especially those interviews, are not the entirety of the Dwarf Fortress audience watching those. It's very much like the enthusiast portion of the audience. Oops, right, yeah, you're right. Sorry about that. It's very much the enthusiast audience that watches those, right? And like the YouTube video, it gets a kind of more widely viewed than the streams themselves, but like in the grand scheme of things, it's a pretty small portion of the Dwarf Fortress community watching those, right? And I think that there's kind of a difference between a leak and the enthusiasts knowing that something is coming. Because a leak is like, all right, an announcement was leaked early, the surprise is ruined, everybody at home is pissed, versus this where it's just like, oh, we know that something's coming. So it gets people more excited in a way. So yeah, it's no GTA 6, that's for sure. It's our first Forgotten Beast. What do we get? Forgotten Beast has come. A gigantic feathered maggot. It has a curling trunk and it undulates rhythmically. Its mauve feathers are downy. Beware its poison vapors. It's kind of scary. All right. Well, it's a giant trunk noodle. Does it have a way in? I don't think it does. But it can... Okay, let's just follow it for a moment and see where it goes. So I would like to try and kill it. It's pretty slow, too. That's the nastiest one you've seen, really? Bit odd to have a lot of visitors in the Arctic. Must be the only public tavern in the world. Okay, so it's gonna come in right here. So, turn that on. other doors to this. The beer is to die for, yes, quite literally. Let's build some battlements. See if I can get my Marks dwarves down here. Then I can coax it over using this. He was, and then he was removed from the game dev side of things when plagiarism issues started being, like, coming up from his tile set, like, not crediting people. And there was also some issues with possible alleged tracing for mock-ups of the Steam version, which is, I don't think I need to explain this, a bit of a no-no. And once you, like, if you are an artist, right, and you are caught plagiarizing, yeah, you know, we could just do that. And if you're caught plagiarizing literally anything, all of your art is then brought into question. So he was then removed from the team, and all of the art that he made for the game was removed from the game. Which is why, like, if you go and watch preview footage of Dwarf Fortress from, like, I don't know, a year and a half before it came out, there's a lot of assets that you'll see that either look completely different in the final version or just don't exist in the final version, because there was a lot of attrition with art, and a large portion, and I suspect that Dwarf Fortress would have released earlier, actually, had that not happened. Well, the thing with Masterwork DF is, like, right, once you're caught with any kind of plagiarism, and, like, just go watch this H-Bomber guy video, for example, as far as creative industry goes, you're basically done. Like, it's almost impossible to prove that anything that you've ever done has been legitimate. Like, suddenly it's like, okay, you're making money off of a mod pack. Okay, how many of those modders are credited correctly now, right? It brings too many things into question, and it makes it very difficult to trust anything that they do, so... As far as Masterwork DF goes, and I've been pretty public about this a little bit for quite some time now, we should have a new Masterwork DF, but it shouldn't be Masterwork DF. There should be another mod pack like Masterwork, but it shouldn't be Masterwork, if that makes any sense. There absolutely should be a successor to that thing, but it should be made by somebody else, and it should be made by somebody who's very diligent about crediting people. We're going to try and coax this beast over here, and I'll see if I can fire down on it. I don't have enough melee squads to really reasonably fight it. I think I have, like, 3 melee dwarves. I don't know what that is. Criminal wetness. I'm assuming it's a different mod pack, considering the subject. It's not one that I've used, so I don't know. Waiting for someone to step up and take the mantle? Potentially, but also you need to do a good job with it, right? Because, like, it's not just a matter of throwing a whole bunch of mods. The mods need to work together, they need to be balanced, and they need to improve the overall gameplay. Sure, like, whatever, as long as people are correctly credited is what matters there. Where's Beastie at? Killed a horse and strapped Doyle. Strapped oil. Resist sickness. The evil muck. He is very polite and observes the appropriate rules of decorum when action is necessary. He is inattentive to detail. God, I wonder why. Giant angry noodle. Alright, let's see. How many of you guys actually have ammo? All of you. Wow. Okay. Well, it's a maggot. All right. But it's a maggot with a trunk. But, you know, on the bright side, you know, like, yeah, Meph no longer ended up not working on the Steam version. But they hired Iron Hand, right? Or the creator of Iron Hand, which is another tile set, which was, you know, wholly made by one artist, which is a very good thing. Jacob, I think is his name, right? Jacob Iron Hand? That sounds right. Need to go through the credits again. Polite maggot with a trunk. Yes, he's here to politely ask you to be infected by his maggotry. This is not good. Taking a corner that I don't like. I have to lock this door again. I want you to walk past where my dwarves are so that they can shoot you with bolts. Maybe I should have put it here. I'm a little bit too scared that that's too close to the ground, though. Maybe up here, actually. What is that? This is a forgotten beast. This is the evil muck named Usbunokast. It is a giant maggot, feathered maggot, with a curling trunk that undulates rhythmically. I don't know if it's new, but I only started seeing them like not a super long period of time ago, so it's kind of hard to say actually. Maybe it's new. So this one actually needs to get erased. It very well could be. It turns around so quick. What I should do, actually, is I should remove all these ramps. Morning, Lanix.
Let that beast in.
I'd rather not. But there we go. Now they can shoot it. The Marks dwarves are shooting the creature, firing bolts down into the depths of where the creature sits, who is now seriously injured. After taking several bolts, flying iron bolt strikes the iron beast in the left third leg, bruising the muscle. A ligament has been torn, a tendon has been torn. Multiple other bolts have struck it in multiple places. Don't ask me how its legs work, but it's running away, and it was losing quite a bit of ichor. It's now running away, shaken after experiencing trauma. What a creature. Alonzo, thank you very much for the second month. Welcome back. Appreciate you, dude. Let's see if I open this door back up. Where is Maggot Boy? Where is my friendly local Slipknot fan? Moving quicker now. The maggot on a mission now. Okay, the dwarf should be able to get some shots off. Iron Bolt strikes the Forgotten Beast in the body, tearing the muscle, and Shroof says, "This is my fight too. I might require an answer." Forbid this. Okay, so when it runs this way, that's the best shots for my dwarves. They keep shooting. The creature is just sitting down there and bleeding. Shaken to the core. Iron Bolt strikes it, tearing the muscle. Getting less hits now. Maybe they're all out of ammo. Check. Nope, they still have ammo. It's probably just at an awkward spot where they can't see it. Let's open the door back up. Pause the game. Get this doing this. Up here it comes. How many bolts do you have in you? None, but it is covered in its own blood. It's pretty badly wounded. Lock the door again. Turn around. Books it away. And gets hit by more bolts. Saw a bolt go flying. Yeah, it seems like those dwarves are all going to go get more ammo. Yeah, no, this is just a lifelong maggot, just like purring maggots. They don't live long enough to actually turn into what they're going to turn into. So I get this done. They don't turn into anything. They're just purring maggots. Which makes absolutely no sense, but they don't turn into anything. They're literally just maggots. I'm confused by this question in YouTube chat, so chat room, you guys can try and discern it for me. They say, will ask a horrible thing. I don't think English is their first language. Do you know, is there new visual layer UI planned for Dwarf Fortress? Something with more smooth graphics. Are you asking about tile set modding? Because this is the way this version looks, and it's just gonna look like this as far as I can tell. Ask Tarnan's Act to come up with their evolved form. I don't think it's that easy. You think you want RimWorld movement? We're not getting RimWorld movement. I know they've said it's possible, but I don't think that's ever going to happen. Okay, well, they went and got more iron bolts. Let's unlock this again. You need to remember that this is an engine from 2003, right? Not Unity. So stuff like that's much harder to do. There you go. Now it's bleeding. And it's seriously injured again. I need to get rid of these boulders here. That's my next project. If it's about tile set modding, that'll get into the game eventually. That's just a matter of time. If it's about, like, are they going to fully redo the graphics again? No. Is its intestines hanging out? Yeah. Its intestines are hanging out. Wait, no, never mind. It's not. Misread that. I need to wait for my Mark Dwarves to come back. You know, what if I make a cavern 2? Go from here to here and back to here to there, maybe. It's coming directly towards us again. God, it moves quick now. Okay, I know that's a bad idea because they're going to run through. I'll delete that patrol. Now, you might be going, this is way more tedious than, you know, just fighting the thing. Well, I agree. We're doing this with 0 injuries. And it's also very good training for these dwarves, and they're going to get better at this. They'll be more efficient as time goes on. But the 0 injuries part of this is kind of huge. That's not quite what... So tile set modding is basically just like swapping out the graphics pack. It's like having a graphics pack for Minecraft. It's not a matter of them being modded to have the new UI. It's a matter of the game literally just not supporting the functionality right now. That's the issue. The game currently does not support the functionality. You can go through and redraw every single sprite, but like the free version that is ASCII doesn't support any kind of tile set modding, which is kind of problematic if you want to, you know, use a very different looking tile set. But will we ever get like smooth movement? No, I very much doubt that. I don't understand why anybody who plays this game would want them to take... I'm going to throw out the number that Tarn threw out once. 8 months to make characters move smoothly. When if you just play the game for 90 minutes, you don't notice that they jump from tile to tile anymore. If the game moves too fast, turn the frame rate down. Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, I want tile set modding too, but tile set modding, the game still moves the same way, right? Would a ballista be useful in this situation? I think Mark's dwarves are significantly better than ballistas. Ballistas are useful in kind of one thing. If you want to kill a very large group of creatures that aren't moving particularly quickly. This creature's moving pretty quick. I don't think... I mean, I would need to have an extremely talented ballista siege operator so that they can fire it in a perfectly straight line down like a trench. So I'd need, and because the higher the skill, the more straight the line is for the ballista being launched. The lower the skill, the more it veers to the left and right. So you'd need a perfectly straight line. You'd need very high skilled ballista operator, and you would need it to stay in the same place, and it's not necessarily going to kill it. I don't use ballista because I think they're terrible. Like it's. I mean, I've done it before, and I'll probably do it again someday, but I need to have that level of masochism, I guess, built again. Siege weapons were designed for the game when the game was 2D, before the game had Z levels. The game has Z levels. It is 3D. So ever since that change came into place, they kind of started being crap. Which is just kind of a fact. Bring this guy over again. But, you know, the siege rewrite was something that was supposed to be out by this point, right? But it got delayed for... But the thing that I guess I always need to remind people, when you see people being, like, kind of annoyed with the slow development of this game, you need to realize that there's a lot of people that have been playing this game since before... Alexander, you dumbass. Well, I guess we're just sending the squads in now. Hey, did... Wow. He literally just, like, walked up and no-scoped it in the head. Yeah, he literally just walked up to it and no-scoped it. Alexander here was just getting tired of this. All right, well, get it, I guess. Well done. Anyway, to those of you who were asking earlier, are Mark Swerves good? I don't know, you answer that question. Let's grab a butcher and just plop her down right there and get whatever's closest and forbid this. Yeah, I think that dwarf was coming down to grab a bolt. I need a better setup for that. This guy deserves a statue and engraving for that? I'll make a statue of the dwarf. Oopsies, back. Iron. No, that's weapons. Furniture. Iron. Stat. Historical figure. Alexander. Do that next. At least a nickname. We'll make a statue. I'll make a statue and put it where that happened. I already have a nickname, so. And I will make an engraving of the creature on this wall. Yeah, no, I mean, like, there's a number of things in Premium that I would like, that I think should return. So there's 3 different cavern layers. This is a comment in the YouTube chat that I'm responding to. There's 3 different cavern layers, Cavern 1, Cavern 2, and Cavern 3. You need to be in those to find them, and they vary wildly. I've had the first cavern layer show up almost immediately, like in the first couple of Z levels. I've had it show up at like level minus 60. I've had it show up at like level minus 20. It varies quite a bit. And their depth also varies quite a bit. It's usually relative to your fortress's relation to sea level and how much erosion that particular map has. Okay, so we are butchering this critter. No, it wasn't taking his backseating. But as far as Marksdwarves training, I need to make a tutorial on them. The reason I haven't made a Marksdwarves tutorial, and I made one and then I deleted it, is because I'm literally waiting for that official like AI update that's supposed to be out at some point soon, where they're reworking chunks of it. So once that's out, I will be able to like just do that stuff and feel good about it. Because I don't want to like make a tutorial and talk about a bunch of caveats about how their AI works until like it gets updated, because then suddenly a lot of that stuff might just be completely irrelevant. The evil muck, that was it. It does work, but if they suddenly become a lot easier to make work, I don't want people to be using workarounds, right? Like right now, in order to train with ammo consistently, you need a trench in front of your... Because bolts are supposed to be one use, usually. Sometimes they end up not being one use, sometimes they end up being 2 use. But usually they're supposed to be 1 use. So if you're training Marksdwarves, you have to put a trench in front of your targets so that the bolts hit the target and fall down a level, and then they're reusable instead of being 1 use and getting destroyed. Which is why a lot of people really want to use wooden bolts and why they want to be able to assign specific ammo for training. However, my workaround is a bug that is a known bug that hasn't been fixed in like a decade and probably won't, but is still technically considered a bug. So I want to see what their fixes look like so that I know, did they fix that bug, or am I just going to be like instructing people on a technique that is going to be potentially incorrect in a couple of months? Yeah, no, I mean, everybody wants that. Just keep yelling that we want that, and eventually they'll do it. Engraved on this wall is an image of the Evil Muck, a forgotten beast, by Tyron Des. The Evil Muck is traveling. The artwork relates to the wandering of the forgotten beast and the Evil Muck in the depths of the world in year 1. Elfie the Weaponsmith has been taken by a mood of the Fae. And has already grabbed a piece of leather, I think. Scream for features. Don't scream. Ask politely, repeatedly. It depends on the angels and demons. Most angels are considered sentient, and you can't butcher sentient creatures. Not all demons are considered sentient. Some demons are considered wild animals. The wild animal ones you can butcher. I had a fort called Stonewater, which was version 50, which had these devils that were very weak and very easy to kill, and they always were having quadruplets. So every couple of months, I would just drop a layer of rocks on them and kill them all. And then let my dwarves run in there and we butchered them all, and I had like 15,000 demon meat. So it depends on the demon. Dwarf needs new socks. Cloth. How are we doing on cloth? Cloth. Let's make silk socks. 80 of them. Everybody get new socks. Also should see what the mountain home wants. Cheese and ash. Okay. Works furiously. All right, what did you grab? Coal, iron, Yeti leather, and pigtail cloth. Ooh. You know, I never say that word, Stormwolf. The word that you just said, it's a very dirty word. The easiest way. Because I have absolutely no idea what the easiest way is. Would that be a logical way? Yeah, certainly. But code-wise, I have no idea what the easiest way is. So, and this is why I don't really... Like, I acknowledge that there's features that I want, and there's features that the community wants that are important, that would be good for the community to have, right? But I try to be very careful about saying the easiest way to do this would be, because I have no idea how the code works, right? So, just a side thought. Food for thought, shall we say. Which is why when people are just like asking for like massive engine overhauls and things like smooth movement and stuff, it's like, unfortunately, if that is your make or break, you might want to just go play a different video game. Because like, I don't believe we'll ever get stuff like that. And then people are just like, well, but DFHack fixes your UI. It's like, well, DFHack is working on a completely different code base too, right? Active RAM editing and engine reworks to rebuild a thing are two very different things. You die a bit inside? I don't develop video games. I've just heard many developers saying that. Wibble-wibs. This is like that discussion from the other stream of the marketing guy who was saying that all rich people are nice. All of this is for lava, yep. All of this is for pumping lava. And this is for disposing of bodies. That's rich. I see what you did there. Okay, actually, something I haven't checked all day. Do I even have enough bedrooms right now? I might. More or less. Okay, we're fine. And did these... Yeah, these are all connected to the tavern. The Frosty Chocolate. Is lava going to melt the ice? Yes. So we have to be very careful where we put it. But where's the fun in life without the risk of imminent disaster? Elfie the weaponsmith has created Ribbar Stemmel, another iron mace. They really like maces here, and offers it to the Frosty Beards. This is an iron mace. All Kraftsdorf ship is the highest quality. It is decorated with pigtail, and this object menaces with spikes of Yeti leather. On the item is an image of a candle nut in bituminous coal. The problem is iron is not a great material for maces, but is a mace like the icon of the government? No. No, it's completely unrelated. But, I think what's just happening is we just happen to have dwarves that like maces. And because the first thing I built in this fort was a weaponsmith's guild, and it's the most popular place in the fort, and just by result, the vast majority of the dwarves in this fort are weaponsmiths, or at the very least have a decent amount of skill in weaponsmiths. Like, if we look at literally any of the kids in this fort, they're all expert weaponsmiths, and they're not adults yet. Like, this dwarf is 10, they're an expert weaponsmith. Because the only public area that the kids can play in is the weaponsmith guild. You can't make meat from sentient creatures, no. It's to prevent cannibalism, because if you look at the dwarves' ethics, the dwarven code of ethics, they are incapable of breaking that. Also, the polar bear is now trained, meaning I can let the polar bear play with the pups. How do I allow kids to only play in there? So, when you open up the guild hall, by default, it's set to this, which is only members can visit, meaning only dwarves with the skill already, where that is their primary skill, can go to the guild hall. So if you have a dwarf labeled as a weaponsmith, that is a dwarf who is technically a member of the guild, right? That is a dwarf who can be a member of the guild, rather. They don't always join the guilds, but that is the limitation. Basically, if your number one skill is weaponsmithing, then you can go into the guild hall. That's how they work by default. They demand guild halls when you have 10 dwarves where that is their primary skill. If I set it to this, citizens only, then anybody in the fortress of any age can go into the guild hall. If I set it to this, citizen and long-term residents only, then anybody of any age who is a permanent resident of the fortress or a long-term resident of the fortress, so like an outpost liaison or any, like, I don't know, bard or anybody who comes by the fort, then they can also enter and learn skills. So this is my only public guild hall, meaning children can't go into this one, or they can, and they will probably path into this one, although actually, now that I look at it, I do have it set to citizens only, which is fine. But they can path into them, but they won't stay around for the lessons. What's the perks of having only members can visit? Let's just say you get a demand for a Gelder's Hall, and you don't want the dwarves to get mad, so you make them the Gelder's Hall, but you don't want literally every single dwarf in your entire fort to spend their entire life studying the art of gelding, and you want them to actually have other major skills that they major in and prioritize. So you build the guild hall to make those specific dwarves happy, but like, you know, why not? I mean, maybe you do. Maybe you do. Maybe you want them to prioritize a different guild hall, right? I want them to prioritize my weaponsmithing guild hall. If you want them to, you know, have a legendary beekeeper fort and they demand a beekeeping hall, then fine, do that. So that's why you would want to limit the number of dwarves that can enter a thing. Yeah, it gives you control over the skills that your dwarves train in. I want my dwarves to be, do I have steel? I need to make some steel short swords. I want my dwarves to be, you know, talented weaponsmiths. So that's all that really is going on there. Mead Holla? It's a Mead Holla, yes. Well, we're making progress on this pump stack slowly, but slowly but steady. How am I doing on iron bars? Oh, 230. Excellent. Plenty, plenty, plenty. They're just kind of down here and not in the most convenient spot. So Alexander gets their statue right next to the creature they killed. Can bee nest be used as a defensive structure? No. Maybe I'll make that into a short. Boom, boom. I will echo the thing that everybody always says so that somebody doesn't, like, point it out. You can use beehives to train your medical dwarves, but it's kind of redundant in a world where you could also just make a, like, doctor's guild hall. So, you shoot bees from a minecart. No, because when you deconstruct the hives, it removes the bees from the hive. You could shoot beehives out of a minecart. But you'd shoot bee wax out of a minecart, but that would be a horribly inefficient method. I also just realized I stopped this statue from being able to be constructed. No, when I say beehives, I don't mean beehives with living bees in them. I mean like the craft beehive, which isn't actually something that has bees in it. This is like Caves of Cud, my nerd. How do you defeat a bronze colossus? Have steel weapons, or you don't win. That's basically it. Or you can just catch it in a cage trap. Yeah, that's also the option. That's the galaxy brain play. There's no actual bees in beehives, though. It's like shooting blocks at something, which, by the way, not even remotely effective. Can I dig these up? Yeah, I can. Okay, sweet. We're also going to remove all of these ramps. This is only allowed with the Nicolas Cage tile set. But then you also have to mod your sounds so that every single time there's a notification of a dwarf getting injured, they just say, "Not the bees!" Nobody actually wants that. Don't even pretend that people want that, because nobody actually wants that. I mean, I think I want that. As somebody who's played with the Nicolas Cage tile set, no, you don't want that. All right, let's knock all that out. Put this up here. I'm just going to smooth this peek behind it. What you cooking in those caverns? Oh, just making an entryway so that I can deal with forgotten beasts when they show up with my Marks Dwarves.
Crypt beer.
It's fun to prank a friend with if you know they play DF and leave their PC unattended for a long while. I mean, I made that tile set with my chat, so if you've seen it, that's interesting. Montycore, thank you very much for the 8th month. Yeah, it'll only work with version 40. Here, I'll show you what the version 47 Nicolas Cage tile set looks like. Let me show you. You might have seen it here. It's likely. I think the last time I used it was Donkey Dragon, which was my... Okay, so I used to do these charity birthday streams, but I didn't do one last year because I did the hot potato in version 47 where I would raise money for JDRF. And the more money people donated, the worse the tile sets got. So we started off just like vanilla, right? And then once we hit major goals, I would make the tile set worse, which eventually worked its way into being this MS Paint tile set one of my mods made. So like this is what the dialogue looked like. Where it? Yeah, that's what the text looked like, because he literally drew it in MS Paint. We used like this tile set, which was an amalgamation of like 15 different tile sets. Eventually, we work our way into some significantly worse ones. That one had, yeah, this one was pretty bad. This one was also an MS Paint tile set, I think. Which, you know, the dwarves look pretty great. I think this one was made by Stone, actually. That's my keyboard. I'm not even sure what that one is. Oh, is that the Mid-Journey one? Yeah, that's the one that was made in Mid-Journey. That one was most... Yeah, this is the Nick Cage tile set. Oh, I would argue, no, you don't want to play with it. But I did, and it was more or less playable. And then there was this, which was the final boss Nick Cage tile set, which is... Everything is still Nicolas Cage, but it's got an imprint of an actual Dwarf Fortress tile set over top of it, so that it still looks like Dwarf Fortress, but if you look closely enough and squint enough, it starts to look like Nicolas Cage. Everything's Nicolas Cage. Oh god, everything is Nicolas Cage, and it's pretty good. Which that tile set actually looks like... this. See? It's all Cage. Dragon's Breath is hotter than the sun, but shields can block it. Doesn't matter the material that the shield is made out of. Shields can block it. Smooth the wall and then build fortifications. Smooth fortifications. He'd probably say the same thing that he says about it. Actually, GQ has a series called Surfing the Net, I think, where they take celebrities that generally are not particularly online and then make them go read like fan forums and stuff about them. They did one with Nicolas Cage, which was kind of fascinating, where he's just like, yeah, I ignore all of that one true God stuff because it would be a very slippery slope to having the largest ego in the world. And he's like, some people don't believe me, but I don't have the biggest ego. And I'm actually pretty humble when it comes to the way I think about like my art and acting career. And some people take it way too far. So I just try to ignore it, which honestly, fair. He's like a weirdly humble dude, considering he's in some really strange art films. Yeah, I don't know. I respect Nicolas Cage. I'm very, very happy that as large portions of Hollywood have slowly like cratered into cancellation, he's somehow managed to just be a decent person, and I respect that. We're in an ad break, so I will leave the game pause. I also miss Robin Williams. Yeah, the last time I really thought about Robin Williams was when I saw Iron Maiden in 2017? It was either 16, 17, or 18. I can never remember what year it was. Those three just kind of blend together in my brain. And actually, I think it was the Book of Souls tour, so whenever that was. But they have a song on that album called Tears of the Clown, which apparently is dedicated to Robin Williams, which is fascinating. I did see Willy's Wonderland, yeah. Nicolas Cage as Doom Guy in Five Nights at Freddy's, the movie. I want Willy's Wonderland, the video game. But I want it to be a point-and-click adventure game, and it's literally just using, like, screen grabs from the movie for all of the animations and art. So I want a Willy's Wonderland point-and-click adventure game, but, like, graphics that look like Mortal Kombat 1. That's what I want. How do you do that green vein mining? That's not DF hack. People have asked me for literally years, Martin, if that's DF hack. It's not DF hack. So you click the mining tool, no DF hack, and you just click auto after you click the little arrow here. So you click the mine tool, you click the little arrow here, and then you just hit auto. And then you can auto only gems or auto only anything. Or only gem. Dig only ore and gems selected. Dig only ore and gems selected, and auto mine any ore and gems. So this is for auto mining, and then only dig gems. So so if I want to auto mine something, let's just go find something I can auto mine. Need an ore vein. But yeah, then you just click drag. Yeah, so like, yeah, this whole bituminous coal. So that's all you need to do. You literally just need to explore your UI a little more. People have been asking me if that's a DF hack feature for years. And like, there were people who claimed to be experts at this game, like, before this version was even announced, where I'd just use that tool and they'd be like, that's a DF hack feature. How are you using that? And I'd be like, it's not a DF hack feature. Like at all. All right, let's get these guys using new swords. You're still using that bronze mace, and you're using a steel short sword. That works. Welcome back, Elfie. Overall, I don't believe acting... I once saw people... I once saw him talk about how people criticize him for the way he acts, and he doesn't believe that acting should be realistic. That's kind of like Gabe Newell recently saying that video games shouldn't be realistic because realistic isn't fun. Which, to a degree, I agree with that, but to a degree, I don't agree with that. Besides for killing undead? It depends on material. And I honestly don't have all of that stuff memorized. It's mostly just do what you want. But like if you're gonna use maces or hammers, it's best to make them out of silver. But that's about it. Some things people think are fun don't seem fun to you, and that's okay. Absolutely, that too. But I also generally believe that games that are 100% realistic aren't very fun. There's a reason why, you know, I like playing American Truck Simulator and Euro Truck Simulator. Newsflash, those games aren't particularly realistic. I fucking hate Arma. The Bride. I think Arma's extremely boring. Also, there's it becomes very apparent when you realize that the majority of the people playing Arma aren't actually playing Arma. They're playing some mod built on Arma. That usually isn't even remotely realistic. Microsoft Flight Simulator can be a lot of fun, but DCS, I would rather rip my one working eye out than have to play that game. So, you know. I think certain levels of realism or approximations of realism can be a lot of fun. I don't think that actual realism in video games is necessary. And don't you start telling me that Dwarf Fortress is realistic, because Jesus Christ, have you seen the physics in this game? That's all I have to say. And I think that there's a difference between realism and believability. I think video games are benefited if they're believable. I don't think video games are benefited by perfect realism. Unless you're trying to make, you know, software or something. I don't even know how I ended up with an iron wall here. Let's get rid of that. Yeah, it's about convincing the player that the thing that they're doing is real. Not that the thing is actually real. And I think there's a very good example of this is those body cam games that have been coming out, built on Unreal 5, where it's just like, okay, I think it's cool that you're able to make that, but did you stop and think about if you should for like 10 seconds? Because I'm pretty sure that's a bad idea. You shouldn't be making that. That games shouldn't look like that. There's a few of them, and they're all using the same Unreal 5 asset pack, which is the best part. Unrecorded is just the most viral of them. But there's another one called Body Cam that just came out. There was another one called Something Train Station, which was a horror game. There's a few of them. But they're all using the exact same Unreal asset store pack. It depends on how that's used, though, Big Bruiser, right? My Summer Car. You have to piss and shit. My Summer Car is pretty hysterical. I think that sort of thing can be used correctly, you know what I mean? You also have to shower in that game. Don't burn your hand in the sauna, because then you might die. I think, like I said, it's a difference between approximations of reality and actual reality. I remember that one time Robaz commented on one of my YouTube videos. And he never did again. How do you exist on the internet in video games without at least being, like, familiar with the existence of Robaz? It's kind of hard. It's not like me, where it's perfectly easy to just, like, watch YouTube for your entire life and never stumble upon the dumb shit that I make off in the corner that nobody watches. But it's, like, impossible to not find Robaz. Unlike me, Robaz is relevant. What's a Robaz? A popular internet nutcase? He streamed Dwarf Fortress, too. I like realistic writing in video games. You learned what kinky is meant from him. Sounds like you have a very uninteresting life. That's like like maybe a bit meaner than I mean it to be. If Robaz taught you the meaning of the word kinky, oh boy. How tall is the tower now? Not very. One. Oh, this is okay. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, very small. I'm actually a little worried dwarves are going to vault out of it, but eh. But then again, I learned what the word fuck is from the Blues Brothers, so, you know, maybe I can't talk. Because there's a line in the Blues Brothers where he goes, "You don't want to eat here. The soup is fucking $10. It's very funny in hindsight of the current era, but that's where I learned about that word. Thanks, Blues Brothers. Shoutouts to John Belushi. Hey, boy, you got my cheese whiz? One of my favorite hobbies is gathering up people who've never seen that movie and then making them watch it on Discord. That was like my favorite hobby during the pandemic was, wait, you've never seen the Blues Brothers? All right, get into my Discord. We're doing a watch party tonight. Because everybody needs to know that to this day, regardless of the context, I hate Illinois Nazis. Anyway, that movie ages very well. Like, very, very, very well. A caravan from the Dwarfs have arrived. Yeah, that and we're on a mission from God, yes. We're putting the band back together. Anyway, I'm not gonna just sit here and start quoting the Blues Brothers because it's just not gonna stop. I don't need those silver arrows, that. We can just sell those. The penguin. Yes, the penguin. The probably possessed, also likely haunted penguin. So all of our old socks. That should be fine. How often does a train go by? So often you won't even notice it. What do you think of the car? Fix the cigarette lighter. You know, good movies. My two favorite factoids about that movie are half the reason they made it was so that they could just give all of the blues artists in that movie royalties. Because they were just like, we're comedians and we love blues music and we make way too much goddamn money and all of these blues artists that we love are broke. That's one of my favorite factoids about the movie. And my other favorite factoid about that movie is that the scene when the Nazis like fly into space and then fall from the sky and explode when they hit the ground inside of that car and the one guy looks over and says, "I love you" at the other guy. In that scene, they didn't get a permit to drop the car from the helicopter and got fined a lot of money. But the fine was cheaper than the permit. The mayor, Lord Uba, has meets with the outpost liaison Metob, Keskal Katan, and they say, "I'm your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation." Although, wait, what? Nothing. I just asked for booze last time. I think I'm just gonna keep doing that because they don't really have any fun animals. There isn't a ton of other things they really need aside from barrels and alcohol, and if I can just get both of those things for free, that'd be great. They need backpacks. I could do that. A bit of leather at this point. And that, therefore, makes it not a fine. A fine should never be cheaper than the permit. I just think it's a funny fact. That's all. But yes, you are correct. It's a very, very, very inadequate fine. They brought gold. Maybe I'll get a gold, like, weapon artifact. They brought a cave crocodile bone gore. I don't know what that is, but I will buy it. They brought a goose. There's a bunch of wine and rum. Steel anvil. Buy the meat. And the fish. Can have some much needed variety. And of course I can't afford the cheese. Cheese expense. Brought a book, but I'm not gonna worry about it. Right.
Cheese
For everyone.
For everyone.
I mean, a small amount of cheese. You had to go into the office? Boo! I like how one of these dwarves was covered with polar bear man blood. It's kind of dark. Everybody needs somebody. Like I said, I'm not gonna just start. This isn't. We're not gonna do this again, chat. This isn't gonna be like another 4 hours of nothing but like Blues Brothers references. We've done this before. I don't need to do this again. Snow forts look so cool. Cold, I think you mean, but. Valid, but no. I mean, it's one of those point taken. What's up, Lightning Roger? I mean, I bought a gore, so I could place that, which I'm not even sure what that is. A crocodile bone gore. Got a piano. Also, I realize that it's not a Christmas movie, but in my brain, the Blues Brothers is a Christmas movie because we used to always watch it around Christmas with my family. Need to make new trousers, dresses, gloves. Trousers, dresses, and gloves. And shoes. How are we doing on leather? 84. Leather shoe. 80. Silk dress. Silk glove. Silk trousers. I don't even know if I should make one of these out of cloth. Considering I've already got silk socks queued up here, which they haven't finished. Let's do dresses out of cloth. Are they tameable through breeding? They should be. However, the caveat about that is that you can't... They should be. I actually say, but the problem is they take 1,000 years to get to adulthood. I'm not joking. So your newborn dragons, while they will eventually be tameable and tamed, you have to be careful with using them in combat because of how long they take to grow up. What is that giant dog? That is a giant dingo, which the elves brought me a couple seasons ago. 500% good boy? Is this like a 500% orange juice? He's a baby eater. But yeah, no, you can in theory. I've never done it, so that's why I say in theory. Technically, it should work. Technically. I mean, I did a 470-year-old fort, and it took me like 3 years to do it. So, there is that. Shut the front door. Okay, so shut the front door is that. I think shut the front door should close. Okay, we got shut the front door. We'll do shut the other front door right next to it. Get out the vodka, great ice. Yeah, there you go. Got more dogs becoming stray dogs. Gonna keep training them. So I need a breeding pair of polar bears, is what I need. Also gonna geld a whole bunch of these puppies, and when they become stray dogs, we're gonna eat them. But you can't train zombie dragons, so that's maybe not a wise decision. I mean, no one's stopping you, but... Shut the other front door. Okay. We got shut the front door and then shut the other front door. Where does this link to? Nowhere. Don't even know where that was about to link to. Fantastic. It's always a bad time when you're like, crap, I don't know what that was supposed to go. Or where that was supposed to go. Well, all right then. If a creature is a zombie, you cannot tame it. Just period. There is no ifs, no buts. It is always going to be hostile. Like, that being said, you can still, like, have an army of zombie creatures. You just have to make sure that the dwarves can't see them or get within close proximity of them, or they will just, you know, kill them. No, because they're not technically intelligent creatures. And not only intelligent creatures can come back as intelligent undead. I realize there's a lot of ifs, buts, and well actuallys in that statement, but... One must be intelligent to be intelligent in the afterlife, I guess. We're getting real close to the top here. Still working on those. Just making a reservoir over here. Or rather, queuing up a reservoir. That'll do. Be a fun shape. Dragons are dumb. Yes. It's the only logical conclusion. Also, you are so lucky getting 2 dragons showing up at your fort. That has literally never happened to me in my entire time playing this game. I've never had a breeding pair of dragons. I'm quite jealous. Let's go 1 off. Right there to there. Thunk. And I'll put a lever right here. Merchants will be leaving soon, that's fine. So the thing with killing dragons, though, is it's very much like dumb luck. It'll either be extremely easy to kill them and you'll just, like, they'll be dead immediately, or everybody in your fort will die. There's, like, no in between. Do I need this lemonite? I think I do. That's not how World Gen works, GFin. Not a bad idea, but unfortunately, that's just not how. Our max siege size, technically 1,000 and 1,000, but it's defaulted, I think, to 140 and 60. 140 dudes, and then 60 monsters or trained animals. But you can just adjust it to up to 500 in the option settings. And I think if you edit your RAWs, you can make it go higher. I'm kind of planning to turn that number up for this fort. But we've also been quite fortunate in that nothing has attacked me yet. This is true, but World Gen also only spawns like 3 to 5 dragons per world, and they're unlikely to find each other and mate in the first place. The only way to really get guaranteed dragons or highly likely dragons is by using Advanced World Gen to just simply spawn more. But using default settings, it's just very, 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 very difficult to get dragons, period. Because the older the world, the more they die. The younger the world, well, there's going to be none. So unless you get really lucky and happen to just have a fuckload of dragons in your world, you're not going to have dragons. Dragons are extremely rare. And this is why whenever people are like, war train them, it's like, I don't want to kill my dragon. No, sieges aren't actually that bad on at least not that bad on any computer I've ever owned's frame rate. Not since this version anyway. Older versions, yeah, it would get kind of framey, but this version, nah, it's fine. It can be Dragon. Hardy, hardy, har. So, the game has multi-threaded vision for the dwarves, but it's an option that you have to turn on. It adds maybe a 5% frame rate increase for me. If that. So, is that really a thing anymore? I mean, I personally haven't had frame rate issues with this game that I would consider to be problematic in a very long time. The last fort that I built had some laggy chunks, but most of the time I was able to fix it. With one exception where I had to jump back to a save. So, I don't think this game has frame rate problems, and I think that the issues that people talk about with frame rate in this game are generally fixable. So I don't think this game has the frame rate problems it used to have. Sure. I will always roll my eyes, though, when people are just like, is the multi-threading that fixed everything? No, actually, the real frame rate increase is the fact that the game runs in SDL2 now instead of, like, ancient history SDL. That's the actual frame rate increase. Crash-related stuff? No, I don't even want to talk about it because people always just start yelling. The game runs pretty good these days. We're also stuck in an ad. I'll say it's Mitchell. What's up? Responding to a DM while I wait for this ad to end. You know, this game needs silverware. You want to forge a ton of silverware. You want to know what's hysterical? This game has ladles, bowls, spoons, mortars and pestles, forks, carving knives, meat knives, all that stuff. Sometimes the humans bring them to trade. But it's just not a thing in Fortress mode, really. Sometimes you end up with the items in Fortress mode because randoms bring them in. But they're not craftable in Fortress mode because they have no practical use. So it's not too difficult to mod your game to make that stuff craftable. If you just want to shoot forks and knives at people. Yeah, because there's no use for them, period. Like ladles or cauldrons. Both items that exist in this game. But again, they don't do anything. I like buying them and putting them on pedestals as decorations, but yeah, they don't do anything in Fortress mode. They're only usable in Adventure mode. But yeah, that would be a very easy thing to mod. Just make them craftable at a craft store shop or something. I'm not going to say they'd be even remotely effective. If you want a very easily mass craftable item to fire out of minecarts, just use coins. I think you can make dice, can't you? Yeah, you can make dice. Which is bizarre. Actually, that would be kind of fun. Making buckshot out of dice. Who knows? I'm not going to speculate, Lennox. It's Payday, so its sequel has mostly negative reviews. Actually, did the Payday 3 reviews ever get better? Or are they still just like, bad game, dead game, blur? Oh, they're mixed. All right, they're slowly getting there. Overwatch 2 is still overwhelmingly positive, overwhelmingly negative though, which is nature is healing. Dice are currently used in adventure mode in temples. If you go to a temple or a monastery in adventure mode and you roll the dice, it's like tempting a god to bless or curse you. Sometimes nothing happens. Sometimes the god will bless you. Sometimes the god will curse you. It's like a very strange minigame that you can play. Sometimes you'll get polymorphed into a different animal. Sometimes you'll become a vampire. Sometimes you get great strength. But it's a thing in adventure mode mostly. You forgot it was a game name? Okay. Fair enough. Me too. Having never played it. Having also never played it. Let's do that. And unlock this off. This will be a cool little reservoir. Let's see how we're doing here. What? Oh, come on. Somebody canceled a job and it collapsed stuff. Fine. All right, that's all we need for that side. Strength or become goat. Or wear goat. Was referring to Dungeon Keeper? Yeah, I figured. I see what happened here. I missed a few levels. Why is the power so low? Because I missed a few levels. That's 60 power. 831. This needs to be fixed. Although, that's actually not that big of a deal. Let's just go down to here. Be blessed, my beloved chinchilla. Yes. Since Steam release, probably less than you expect. 1,424 in 1 year. Although I had the Steam version 4 days early. I think I had about 30 hours in it before the game actually released. It's about that. It was like between 30 and 40 hours I had before the game released. And I was expecting to compete with literally every single other Dwarf Fortress creator on tutorials, and then nobody else made tutorials. It was just me and like one other person. It was like me, Nookrium did his thing the way he normally does it, and Twisted Logic made a couple. It was largely just me. Icon Gaming made a couple. But in total, according to there is a a Twitch stream stat tracking site that claims that I have about 7,000 hours since 2018. But I don't think I think it's less than that because I, sit in the because it just counts the amount of time that I'm live in the directory, and I sit in the directory for like an hour before I turn my stream on usually. Just streaming music, right? While people trickle in. So I don't think that's actually accurate. But aside from that, it's relatively accurate. I blew up all over your YouTube shorts. I didn't start uploading shorts for a while. December was just, the first day the game was out, I uploaded 12 tutorials. And I remember posting on my, sub Discord that morning. I was like, do you think people are going to be mad? Because I told people that I had it early, I was allowed to tell people that I had it early once the morning of release hit. And so I was like, yeah, no, I already have it. I have it early. I'm like, and I have a bunch of tutorials scheduled. Like, do you think people are going to be mad if I put up 20 tutorials in one day? It was like 12. I think, are people going to be mad if I put 12 tutorials up in one day? And everybody on YouTube was like, maybe? Nobody was mad. It worked out. But Jesus. I was so nervous about just uploading so many videos in one day. Then I think I did 4 videos a day, basically. Just going forward. Oh, I see, I screwed up. Okay, this whole thing's connected. Well, I was expecting there to be a lot more competition. That's what I was expecting. I was expecting there to be a lot more people making tutorials, but nobody did. I mean, I'll say this, AWOL Mortal. Traffic dropped off way quicker than I was hoping it would, and it dropped off way steeper than I was hoping it would. Like in December, this channel had an average of, I think it was almost 900 concurrent viewers with a peak view count of like 3,000 or 4,000. And all that went away. I mean, the thing that's kind of gone back to the way it was before is, yes, my channel's a lot bigger, but the thing that is back to the way it was before is the amount of raids I get. This channel doesn't really get raids. Before Premium came out, I got like none outside of my friends. And like today we started off the stream with a raid, but it was from a friend of mine who I work with, who's in my stream team. Are all of them connected? Yeah. No, 921, that seems right. The 21 is the axle, so it's 900. Yeah, they're all connected. So now I just need to pull this lever and then the whole thing will start up. I need to make sure it's all sealed. Just type an exclamation point YouTube. And on my YouTube account, I have this playlist and this playlist. And then if you want more in-depth tutorials, like longer ones, I got this playlist. Some of these were commissioned by Kit Fox, but yeah. Currently, I'm more working on the longer videos playlist. I mean, I just put one up the other day. Got another polar bear. I got another polar bear. I got another polar bear. Anyway, let's throw it over here. Not giant, unfortunately, but we do have a polar bear. At least they're slowly getting better clothing. Yeah, you can smooth ice. I just don't like the way smooth ice looks, so I don't. You can smooth ice and engrade ice. You think it could? I think it could, but I'm not expecting it to. I think what's actually going to happen is it'll have a good boost, and then I think a lot of people are going to be disappointed because I mean, I feel guilty, actually, about something with the Steam release. I feel like I overhyped people because I'm a very excitable person when I'm passionate about something. I mean, I guess that kind of shows with me in records, but like, I cover this game so heavily because I'm a fan. And like, you can call me a shill or whatever the fuck you want. I don't really care. But like, at the end of the day, I'm a fan of this game. And I kind of feel in some ways that I didn't do a disservice. I wasn't being disingenuous, but I think I overhyped some people for Fortress mode, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. I mean, generally, I think people kind of figured out pretty quick what the game actually is, and so it's not a bad thing. But at least initially, there was a period of time there where it certainly kind of seemed like some people just kind of got the wrong expectations. I'm very worried that's going to happen again with adventure mode. And adventure mode, like Dwarf Fortress, like Fortress mode of Dwarf Fortress, is a good game, but it's a really, really weird thing, right? And if you don't really know what you're getting into, I could fully see why you would be like annoyed or disappointed or like not happy with the game. And I think some people are still that way. Like they got into this game, they're like, man, this sucks. This isn't for me, or whatever. And I'm very worried that could happen even more so with adventure mode, because adventure mode is a much weirder thing than Fortress mode. Can you do a lot of things in it? Is there a lot of stuff you can do? Can you roleplay a lot? Is there a lot of options? Is there a lot of mechanics and depth? Absolutely. Is there any direction whatsoever? Absolutely not. So I think it really depends on how well they prep it for premium release. I was much more convinced that the unknowing masses would like Fortress mode than adventure mode. I honestly think that like the sales are probably the bigger deals at this point. I mean, for years I used to, I don't know where you saw that post, but for years I used to always describe Dwarf Fortress. It's playing D&D with yourself. You have to make shit up for it to be fun. And Krug Smash is a very good example of this. I mean, it's like if you've ever delved into Legends mode and been completely lost, imagine that in RPG format. And that's why I'm a little bit worried. Like, I'm not going to say that, like, I'm panicking or anything. Like, I think people will like it. I think the other reason I don't think it's going to be as big is, like, you need to remember that before release of Fortress mode and Dwarf Fortress on Steam period, when it wasn't out yet, I did a poll on my YouTube channel. I was like, hey, at this point, I think I had 12,000 people subscribed to my YouTube channel. What are you more excited for? Fortress mode, adventure mode, or Legends mode? It was like 91% Fortress mode. Obviously, that's an echo chamber. But I don't know. We'll see. I would very much like it to be bigger than Fortress mode. That would be rad. Partially for selfish reasons, because it would help me financially. But also it would just be, nice to see the game, let's just say sell 2 million copies instead of just 700,000 or whatever. No, yeah, and it's the same thing for Fortress mode, right? And it's the same thing for Legends, and the same thing for Adventures mode. Like, that's just kind of all of Dwarf Fortress. It's a very neat thing, asterisk, once you understand it. All right, let's pull this lever and get this thing pumping. Just one? It depends on the workshop. I usually have, like, only a couple weaponsmiths, but, like, 50 smelters. Only a couple, like, Craftsdwarf shops, but then, like, a ton of mason shops. It depends on whether or not you're mass-producing something. If you're mass-producing something and you need a lot of it, then, yeah, you make a lot of workshops. You need to remember you have 200 dwarves that are capable of working, right? So here we go. All the way up. It's working. It's working! It's working! I should have checked if there was a dwarf stuck in here. Well, good thing there isn't. What's up, Shaka? No, not about to. The heck's a gold pixel heart? I thank you for donating via the Twitch charity tool during the Twitch Together Good. Oh, interesting. What the heck is that badge? I've never seen that badge before. Yeah, definitely 10 boyers. Mm-hmm. And 245 carpenter shops. Pretty sure orthoclase is magma save, is it not? Whatever. Yeah, that's about accurate. Salty. I'd say about 20% of your dwarves should have a job at most times. The rest of them should be socializing or just putting stuff away. All right, so we've got this. That took 2 hours. What took 2 hours? The whole pipeline? No. I mean, I've been streaming or fortress already for like 3, and that building half of that was about half of the last stream. Maybe not half, maybe like a third of the last stream. But no, we're not even close to starting because I still have to go up through an aquifer, so it's still gonna be a while yet. No, the next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna start digging trenches. Yeah, no, pump stacks of that size are pretty slow going. But we're getting there. It also means at this point I could actually completely get rid of the use of charcoal. I could just probably I could make a magma reservoir right there, which I kind of don't want to because then I'll get lazy and I won't, like, what's the word? I'll get lazy and I won't ever move my magma reservoir up here, which is what I actually want to do. So... All right, that's gonna take a minute, but we'll get that going. You gotta really want it? Yeah, that's one way to put it. Certainly is one way to put it. Okay, so I now have, man. Well, I kind of fucked up. Apparently, I accidentally gelded one of my polar bears. But anyway, I have 2 trained polar bears now. The issue is they're both boys. I need a lady polar bear. Polar madam. What I need. Oops. It's okay. I can war train one of them. Or I could hunting train it, and then it would just go hunt other polar bears for me. But actually, no, I don't really want to hunting train it because then it would just run off. I need giant puffins. Polar bears, sure. There we go. It begins. Sometimes it hunts you. Yep. Have you caught any fish today? No. You are, however, praying to Gongsith Ormoisen. You are a legendary weaponsmith. So there's that. I personally feel that that is better than catching some slimy fish. Gross. Most of the dwarves in this fort are still alive, yeah. Yep. you are a child. You're pretty happy. You are content after a pretty decent meal. You kind of need some new socks and shoe and gloves, but like the rest of you're fine. You're quite the bold flatterer, and you're 12. You're a skilled weaponsmith, but you're a bit rusty. You should go hang out in the weaponsmith's guild. And your dad's still your dad's still alive. Boom Boom Shrimp, who is currently, I guess, running outside to go mine things, is a surgeon. Also, is a legendary weaponsmith. Living on a glacier is having a fish. Well, the thing is, they could actually fish in the caverns. I'm just not letting them. Is the actual reality of that. I'm just not letting them. Ten iron picks. To me, like, a mini forge is just an easy bake oven, but Dwarf Fortress Edition. The Marks Dwarf Phoenix Vaughn revealed the presence of duty spells. The Coven of Blazes to the Mace Dwarf. Bim. I do, in fact... I do. Talon Artho is my captain of the guard. I might need to make a dungeon master and a hammerer because or alternatively, actually, I'm gonna make a captain of the guard squad. I'm just gonna use metal armor, just normal ass metal armor, and I'm going to put one or two more dwarves into the military. Throw you, maybe. You. And you. As long as they have needs for training, which they do. And they can go grab swords. And they can go train with the other squad up here. They should all have swords, which is all I really want them to have is swords. Yeah, that's good. And they'll all be pretty good steel short swords, yep. Well, the mini forge and the micro forge imply the existence of a medium forge. We're up to professional tier skill when it comes to most of my Marks dwarves, looks like. Yeah, we're all adept, professional, pretty good. Also pretty great weaponsmiths on the side. Time to make sure we inquire about who's the most suspicious. Well, the reason I'm doing this is so that when the inevitable happens and somebody tries to steal our artifacts, you can stab them in the head to death, optimally. Also, you're going to get a war polar bear. We're in an ad right now, so I'll just assign this polar bear. But you now have a pet polar bear who's Udil. Wait, no, that's a sheep. Looks like a polar bear. Where am I? Oh, there it is. Who's Olin, the war polar bear. He's never killed anything. Is 9 years old. Has high stamina. Cleaves in a Sturlite style, disdaining even minor immodesties. And the pet of Telenartho, you get released. Hopefully we can keep you trained or we'll have to kill you. It's a Wooler bear. So it'll just follow you around. Now we're in an ad, so it will follow. Also, I gotta ask for a favor once again, chat room. If you are watching here on the Twitch, It's very much appreciated. But if you want to help out the YouTube side of things, likes on the YouTube stream is kind of what tells YouTube to promote it. We're currently sitting at 76, 78 actually, likes on the YouTube stream. If we can get that up to 110, I think that would be greatly beneficial for the YouTube stream. We're up to 82. We can get it up. We got 20 seconds left in this ad, so we're currently at 82. Well, maybe unlike it and re-like it. Remind YouTube that you really like it. I really like this stream. I like this stream so much, I'm going to unlike and re-like it 5 times. It's got to set off some sort of spam protector. They know nothing? Yeah, they definitely know nothing. Also, I'm not going to lie. Of course, I prefer if you watch on Twitch, because that's where the majority of my views are. But if you want to pick one in particular, that's fine too. And lastly, if you watch on both, that's probably the optimal one. All right, well, they can do that. Can begin building this. Thrash that like button. Show that like button who's boss! And there we go, 100 likes. Let's go. Okay, so just let them keep digging this. Because what I need to do is I need to figure out where the bottom of the glacier is. So we're going to be doing a bunch of digging down over the next little bit. We'll just pause these two and just make picks on this one. As an enjoyer of RimWorld and looking for something new, should I get Dwarf Fortress or Kenshi? Those are 2 very different games. Kenshi is like... Dwarf Fortress is... Okay, so playing Dwarf Fortress is like playing single-player Rust in a colony builder, where you're like making your own fun. The actual like difficulty of the game is pretty low once you understand the complexities of the game. And so actually playing Dwarf Fortress is a pretty simple game. Kenshi is... kind of a completely different genre. Kenshi's just an open sandbox where you can just kind of go... Kenshi almost has more in common with, like, Mountain Blade. I don't know. Those are both very different games. I would say both. Need to figure out what the bottom of the glacier is so that we can dig a big trench to divert the whole glacier to the cavern layer, which will slowly bulldoze the underground. Sure. But that's not where I was going with that. Certainly not. They'll go and start training. So unbuild that cage so it can get put back into a cage trap elsewhere. Dwarf Fortress is a huge time sink. I mean, for me, having played a little bit of Kenshi, I don't think I will go back to it until Kenshi 2's out. Okay, well, as the resident writer, what do you think I should name your squad then, Talon? The Yawning Castles is definitely not threatening enough. So what do you believe we should name this squad then? mean, I could call it the, you know, the frozen saffron. No, frozen, frosty castles. How about the cold castles? The cold. Bonk. The cold bones. Honestly, I think I'd be more afraid if I saw a castle yawning than if I saw a castle moving. Cold bones. How about the oh man, citadel isn't a word. Oh no, it is. Citadel. I just misspelled it. I like the cold citadel. That's actually pretty good. Castle Grayskull was actually just yawning. The cold citadel. There you go. Not sure what just happened there. Planter's been bitten by a cave spider. Oh, that sucks. Still just giant puffins in the map. Where are my bears at? You're sharing secrets? I mean, worse things have happened. Dwarves are inherently dishonest and are very bad at keeping secrets. EFE MDN, the miner, has been taken by a Fey mood. You're a legendary weaponsmith already. Well, I wonder what you're gonna mood for that. Ha! The Mace Dwarf was spotted sneaking around. I'll live to fight another day! Who is this Mace Dwarf, though? This Mace Dwarf? Who and where are you from? From the Polished Roads. Isn't considered to be a crime, which I think is a bloody shame. See if I can tell them to kill him before he leaves. So because I told them to kill him, he then became an enemy of the faction and then got caught in the cage trap. Made it over these ones because he wasn't technically an enemy of the faction yet. That's very funny. Well done. So, what do we do with Bim? Actually, I know what we do with Bim. I know what we do with Bim. We have the Hall of Shame. Put them in cold storage. Are they a thief? Nope, but there's somebody who was plotting to steal my stuff. Oh, wow. How did that happen? He claimed a stoneworker's workshop, but he's a legendary... Wait, can they not mood a legendary skill? Interesting. But yeah, no, honestly, like, if you're looking for another game and you really like playing RimWorld, you know what's another game that you should also look at? like if Dwarf Fortress doesn't immediately jump out to you and speak to you as something that you need to try, I mean, obviously I'm biased. I would recommend Dwarf Fortress, but look into Songs of Six as well, or at least try the demo for Songs of Six, because Songs of Six is more in the make your own fun direction of Dwarf Fortress. But if you're very used to RimWorld and games that give you fun and don't make you have to seek it out, Songs of Six is also a really good game that might be worth looking at as well, and is much closer to both of those. Because like Kenshi's just a big open sandbox, with more structure in some ways than Dwarf Fortress, but is like the furthest away from that type of game. I would say try the demo for Songs of Six. And I, of course, will recommend Dwarf Fortress to Here and Hell and Back. Kenshi is great, but I personally am waiting on the sequel before I play more of that. Looks interesting. I need to play more of it. But I've also got like Soul Ash 2, that Caves of Cud playthrough that I'm doing, so I was like, I'm kind of busy for it. We got Womped on it first in Kenshi 2. Yeah, that's why the tutorials for Kenshi have so many views. So many bajillions of views. Make 2 more prison cells. Oh, I see the problem here partially. I never put a chain in this last one. And some weird... Oh, hold on. Fix stuck merchants. I think I have a stuck merchant. No. Because I kept getting diplomacy requests and then them vanishing, which usually means something's stuck. Uh-oh. Cave dwellers! Lock this door. Send the squad down. Just double check that they all have ammo. They do. So there is a cave crocodile down here. And I'm going to send the cold slayers down here as well. We'll see if we can clean up this mess. Just going to turn this off. When I unlock this, dwarves don't go booking it out. Is it literally just the one creature? I think it might be. I should also station a bunch of war dogs down here. Diamond comes down. Is there more, or was it just the one? There is 2 dwarves in this squad. Yeah, it must have just been the one. Do you not have pants? No, you do. Okay. It's the second time I've checked that dwarf. You guys can go back to training. That's probably it. I think what I should do is I should put some fortifications right here and make a pen pasture and assign some of these unnamed war dogs and these stray war dogs. bones. Rock, okay. I will just butcher a animal and see if that does it. Master of biting and grappling, not miscellaneous object? I like miscellaneous object, because then you can pick up a rock and throw it at something, or you can pick up the corpse of your dead friend and throw that at something and kill something by throwing the corpse of your dead friend at something. I was fiddling around with adventure mode off stream last weekend, not this last weekend, but the weekend before, recording some stuff for a different project, and admittedly this was an older version, so this doesn't work so well these days, but I had two friends with me, and we fought a lion, and the two friends died, and I killed the lion by throwing my friends' corpses at it, and then it, and then afterwards, I need more bones. After that, I then took the corpse of my friend to go carry it back home to the mountain home, and then got attacked by the rest of the lions and was able to kill another lion before I fell, unfortunately. It was literally just like the spinning, flying corpse of Athil strikes the lion. It was a good time. But then instead of rain and blood, it would be rain and snow. Sniper, what up, by the way? Alive, still, mostly, I think. Okay, so maybe not dog. What else do you need? Bones. Rock. Metal bars. Bones. Yeah, you definitely just need more bones. Uh-oh. This polar bear is semi-wild. I have to reassign it to here so that it can get trained again. Made a wiki page. For what? For what? I'm assuming for Dwarf Fort, but... Okay, there we go. So you're updating the Dwarf Fortress wiki then? Because when you say you made a wiki, it sounds like you made a brand new wiki. Which seems like a strange thing to do in the current year. Okay, good. Somebody needs to. Keep up the good work. So Baka Glass here becomes completely helpless in stressful situation and personally respects perseverance, has a negative view of those who exercise power over others, values peace over war, and does not care about family one way or another. Cool. There's like 70 of them, you couldn't withstand them? William, just so that you know, if you go into the custom difficulty settings, you can lower the numbers that they can send at a time. A Gabbro bed. Not what I was expecting. All right, well, this dwarf, FEMDN, made this Gabbro bed. I think I'm going to figure out where their bedroom is. You do have meager quarters. I'm going to deconstruct your bed. I'm going to expand your bedroom ever so slightly, and we are going to give you that fancy bed as a upgrade, shall we say. I think it also has gold on it, or I would assume it has gold on it. Just need to wait for it to get up here. And then we'll read it. See what's on it. Exclusive non-wooden bed. Yeah, very hard bed. Very hard bed. It's a hard bed to swallow. I'm gonna not, actually. Alright, let's see how this thing is. This is a very expensive Gabbro bed. All craft store is of the highest quality. It is decorated with dog bone. This object is adorned with hanging rings of Gabbro and menaces with spikes of gold. On the item is an image of dwarves in limonite. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of Sunbirths by the Frosty Beards of the insightful handles in the early spring of 97. On the item is an image of a cushioned cabochon in dog bone. It's not on the seabed. The seabed is a couple tiles down, but yes. Certainly on the aquifer. Is the value real? Yep. It's worth about 10,000. It could be more specific if my appraiser had a better skill in appraising, but you know, there's so many negative reviews for Dwarf Fortress on Steam, which I look at and go, yep, valid. And then there are some where it's like, are you just like incapable of reading a wiki? Or do you just like refuse to read a wiki? If that's the case, I get it, but like, the term wiki game exists for a reason. It really just kind of feels that way to me sometimes. It's like, oh yeah, no, that's a legitimate like take on this game. Like, yeah, no, it could certainly be better. Insert this way here. And then there's somewhere I read it, and it's like, but that's what the wiki's for. What? You want to make a thing, you search for it on the wiki, and you make the thing. It's very easy. What? I don't know. Some people. So this is gonna now start becoming a trench. The one concern that I have. Yeah, well, okay, I've got lots of concerns about a lot of things all the time. But the concern that I have about digging this trench right now, the main one, is the second I finish removing all these ramps, I'm going to have no way to get on top. So I'm going to have to build a bridge. Probably like to here, maybe? Which I'll probably actually, I know exactly what lever I can connect it to. Oh, I should just make an ice bridge, shouldn't I? If it melts, shame on me. I see a bridge that's going to be constructed right there. But in order to do this, this needs to be You like the ice castle aesthetic? It's pretty rad, isn't it? No, Diamond. I do not want to build a snowman. That is all. Stop asking. Congratulations to that movie for making just the simple joy of constructing a snowman a annoying earworm. Rest in peace, snowman. Let's save this real quick. First of spring, nothing appears to be dead. Snow lady, snowman, snow smurf. It doesn't really matter. Feel anything after being unable to acquire something for too long. So go acquire something. Oh, you need a tunic. Okay, fortunately, I do still have plenty of cloth. So let's just make a... Make a yarn tunic. Let's do 80 yarn tunics. Very curious to see what this ice bridge is going to look like. You can't just say that without any context. Shadow Absorber, please do elaborate. I'd love to hear it. Because in my brain, the biggest predator for moose would be humans. Second time they got you, what is the setting called? William, if you're watching this, I also have a tutorial that explains how to do this, which I uploaded yesterday. But you just hit escape, you go to settings, go to difficulty, go to custom settings, and then scroll down to Cavern Dweller Maximum Attackers and Cavern Dweller Scale. So I have it set to 2 and 5. I could probably actually like increase this number to like 3 and 6. Where the maximum number of cavern dwellers that can spawn at a time or show up on the edge of the map at a time is 3, and the maximum number of attackers that can sit in the basement is 6 per faction of undead or of cavern creature. So, like at most, I could maybe have 24 down in the basement, at most, instead of like 400. Yeah, actually, do you mean size or numbers? Moose like to eat seagrass. They dive in 30 meters down to the sea. Orca see moose. Orca want tasty snack. Orca eat moose. I believe it. Okay, yeah, that logic. Okay, so ice bridges look rad. That's all I have to say. We're also in an ad, so I will wait for a few minutes. And since we're in an ad, to those of you subscribed, did you know that you're getting ad-free viewing here on Twitch? Which means I get to occasionally ruin that excitement by saying, did you know you can buy mugs from me? I sell mugs. I even actually just shipped a bunch of mugs to KitFox. So they're getting a bunch of Vile Force of mugs, which is the most popular mug. We also have Dinner Dwarves mug, which is a parody of The Last Supper. It's probably the closest thing we have to like Christmassy themed merch for the year. I'm not really doing any Christmas merch this year. We also have a Gold Rush mug, which is a bunch of dwarves from the charity stream that we did earlier this year. And UGDPY, thank you very much for the 10-pack of gift subs. We're very kind. Appreciate you. That is the, like, I think that's the big, I think we've had 1 or 2 gifts today. I think one of them was anonymous, so thank you. You've just, like, probably seriously increased today's revenue. Today's been a little quiet. Lennox, thank you very much for gifting a sub to a name that's Mini U Mini U Debrutta. There you go. I got it. I figured it out. Took me a second. Thank you very much for gifting a sub, Lennox. Appreciate you. What else can? Oh, right. Also, since we're doing things, YouTube people, you may want to open up a Twitch tab if you happen to have a Twitch account, because some stuff was gifted yesterday. Was it yesterday? It was either yesterday or the day before, or the stream before. I can't remember. But in the last few streams, there was some gifts relatively recently, and not everybody redeemed them. Meaning, I have a mug that I can give away by simply clicking it and doing a redraw. So I'm going to do that. So courtesy of Bane, one person who didn't redeem their gift is getting regifted. Yeah, it was yesterday. So if you would like a chance to win a Vile Force of Mug, exclamation point, enter in the chat right now. Okay, because they don't always get redeemed when they get gifted. Okay, so let's do that. So this is just going to keep dropping layers. Let's dig this all the way around, do that up, and then we're going to start working on stuff on the surface. So we're building up and down kind of at the same time. And once this trench hits stone, then I can get lava into the trench. And once I have lava in the trench, then I can build the minecart shotguns. It's a bit of a process. We're going to be shooting lava out of those minecart shotguns. Hopefully not at my fort, because then it will melt. So we're going to have to be very careful. I'm also going to replace most of these outer walls with ice walls, with these boulders, because those, I don't think, melt. I'm pretty sure they don't. Mostly certain they don't. Anyway. If they do, then we can all just cry. Silencer, congratulations. You have won a mug. If you click on that link and link your Twitch account, you can redeem your mug. Kind of amazed goblins haven't attacked us yet, though. Truthfully, kind of amazed we haven't been attacked by goblins yet. Okay, let's do that. This. This is going to take a long time to dig. Don't accidentally dig through the walls. That would be bad. No, why not? Why not just widen it? Who needs to erase things when you can just widen things? let's get rid of all that. And now we wait. And now we wait. Looks icy. Yeah, it looks pretty neat, yeah. I really like the color of ice. I really like the color of ice, but even as somebody who likes light mode, the snow is way too bright. The snow is way too bright. But yes, the ice looks good. I mean, it is accurate to real life. I won't deny that. Snow is very flashbang bright, but it's a bit tough to look at, which I don't think is the optimal state for ice and snow, but I don't need to get snow blinded by my video games. Remember how I was saying reality isn't fun? That we call a callback in the biz. Giant Gimli, not to be confused with normal-sized Gimli. Thank you very much for that subscription. I appreciate you. Means a lot. Goes a long way. Let's keep this weird channel funded. I will suspend one of these. Yeah, snow blindness actually isn't the snow, though. The snow blindness is like your retina's getting sunburnt because of the reflection of the snow. Hold on. Fix. 3 units. Okay, so there's nothing stuck. Also, Giant Gimli, thank you very much for checking out a gift. Appreciate you. To somebody named Wild Anomaly. Remove the blue from the white snow and let the colors to blind you. It's just, and also tasty. Oh, there you go. It's by having your eyes uncovered in a snowstorm as the snowflakes get sharp. Probably. The form of snow blindness that I'm familiar with is a sunburned retinas. If I get more polar bears, I don't actually have a breeding pair right now. I have 2 boy polar bears, but yes, I would like to do that. This one is war trained, after all. Devilon, thank you very much for the $3.33. Appreciate you. But yeah, there's probably multiple ways to get snow blindness. The type that I'm familiar with, though, is just purely... Ooh, the elves have arrived to trade. The type that I'm familiar with is, you know... That's the other one. Giant Gimli, thanks for checking us sub at Vaporizer. Appreciate you. I think I can sell those. I'll just sell them gems. There's never that many things that I actually want from them, so I don't need a huge amount of trade supplies. Just need enough to kind of clear things that I need / want. Could, however, do this. Silk tunic, silk dress, sheep's wool, alpaca wool, cave spider, sheep's wool, cave spider, silk tunic, chunk, leather, badger leather, pigtail, say it, cave spider silk, sheep's wool, alpaca wool, cave spider silk, and pigtail. Silk. Pigtail. Silk. And pigtail. There we go. I don't know what you're looking for, whale fetus. I usually use fortifications, yeah. No, the minecart doesn't contact the enemy. You want the minecart to launch what's in it, not the minecart. Silk isn't damaging the animal. They consider shearing an animal damaging the animal, but they don't consider silk to be damaging the animal. So, elven bureaucracy, we'll call it. Harvesting life is fine. I don't know if that's the word I'd use. That makes it sound weirder than it is, but... Sniper, how about instead of continuing to ask me very specific details about how I build minecart shotguns, you just simply watch my video explaining how it works? Here, have a short. Because, like, there's no reason for me to just be like, here, just walk through it. You could just watch that in 38 seconds. And it'll show you the exact loop. Pretty easy to replicate from that. Has a super villain lair vibe? Not quite. Maybe because James Bond, but we've actually been pretty neutral so far. All right, Shirley. Well, Chris, this is simply this is on YouTube. This is simply a misunderstanding of what the elves are showing up with. The elves' wood items that they sell have a very specific tag on them, which is grown. So an item that is grown wood, so if I actually scroll down a little bit to some of the elven items, you see they say grown? So this is a grown wooden shield. So the elves, they have factory trees. And these factory trees, regardless of if you're joking, I'm here to educate everybody. The factory trees are trees that the elves ask very nicely, and they simply grow the things that they need, like fruit, and then they fall off of the trees, and the elves pick them up, and then they cut off the rims, and they make it all like smooth and nice and shiny, and then that's how they grow stuff. Maybe add decorations to it. Giant Gimli, thank you very much for the 5-pack of gift subs. Appreciate you. Means a lot. Somebody doesn't know it. There's like 300 people watching between the two channels. Somebody doesn't know that information. Yes, they stimulate the trees to grow stuff they want. Do not ask any further questions. I'm sure you will not like the answers. Similar to the way the Japanese, like, you know, make square watermelons. Speaking of square watermelons, thank you very much, seriously, for that 5-pack of gift subs. Like, basically all the revenue I've made today has been from the last, 15 minutes. So, thank you. Keeping this channel funded. Ah, brought cages, but no one else. Yeah, but these are magic trees, okay? These are immortal elves convincing magic trees to do things for them. I think it's kind of a bit of a different ordeal here. Especially if you compare that one-to-one to real life, it kind of stops making sense pretty quick. All right, so they're pretty happy with that initial trade. We can use some, I'm gonna trade for a few very small items, and you'll be like, what? Why are you doing this? And I'll be like, well, I'm doing this because my dwarves train appraisal based on the number of trades they've done. So we do a bunch of small trades, then they get to appraise every item every time, and you get a much better appraiser. You get much more accurate values of your own items. All right, that's enough. All right. Yeah, see, we're getting more accurate things, so there's less question marks. Now an adept appraiser. What's up, Rolf? How's things been? You didn't know how to make them until you watched that short? Cheers. Happy to help. They're really good at convincing the goblins to bring them armor. Dwarves also aren't immortal. They don't have the same amount of time in the mortal realm to learn the realities of it. Also, sorry, I just got an email about this, so it's at the front of my brain all of a sudden. I've managed to stream, and I think this is impressive. I've managed to stream for 5 hours and 20 minutes today. Which is impressive, I know. But, like, seriously, I've streamed for 5 hours and 20 minutes, and not one person has mentioned the fact that there's a Grand Theft Auto trailer out. I'm kind of shocked by this. So it's all white? Gotcha. Yeah, we haven't had any snow yet here. Probably won't for a little bit. You do need to watch that. I watched it and then went and caught the bus to my parents' house yesterday after stream. And while I was on the bus, on the way to my parents' house, the person sitting in front of me on the bus was literally just watching that trailer on repeat with the sound on. On repeat with the sound on. So, you know, it was a 35-minute bus ride. Dude didn't stop watching it the entire time, just grinning from ear to ear. So honestly, I'm glad he's enjoying his day. Somebody's like month is like, you know, made by that. Oh yeah, no, I'm also way too busy following the aftermath of the H-bomb video, as well as the aftermath of the stuff that's going on with the Completionist and Indie Land. Because I've been asked to take part in that before. Which is something.
This is madness.
Hi. Sup, Hobo? Yeet. It's pretty accurate to South Florida. I'm glad. Like, honestly, like, I'm weirdly excited about it, but at the same time, I ain't gonna play it until it's, like, I ain't gonna play it until it's on Steam or PC, right? So I can just kind of accept that, well, Linux Town, thank you very much for the tier 3 for the 11th month. Welcome back. I can just kind of accept I'm not gonna play Grand Theft Auto until it's been out for probably 2 years, because it's going to take a while to port it to PC, likely. So I can't wait to play that game in 2027. Which, you know, whatever. I'll live. I'll wait. It's fine. I'm a patient gamer. Having never played it, are there elements of an existing fort that make it more fun? I mean, you can explore your own forts. You can find locations for your forts in adventure mode. You can attack your own forts. You can steal items from your own forts. You can... That's kind of, I guess, the short of it. Stealing items is kind of the big one, I think. Giant Gimli, thanks for another 5-pack of gift subs. Jeez. Keeps going. We need 2 other people to take part in this within 5 minutes for Hype Train to start. I hear that EU regulation forces replaceable batteries in all newly sold smartphones. Wow. Can you pickpocket? Yes. Basically, anything that you can see your dwarves running around and doing, you can more or less replicate. With a few exceptions. A few exceptions. Like, as of last time I played adventure mode, you couldn't dig, which is a weird one. But there's also, like, no reason to be able to dig, so it would be kind of a redundant mechanic if it was there. Nuked all of it. I don't feel bad for him. I as somebody who works in this industry, I really wish that that would happen to a certain other YouTuber I don't like. But, you know, trust me, that stuff is so prolific. The plagiarism stuff. Yeah, I don't feel bad for anybody caught up in the H-bomb video. Not even slightly. Because I've run into characters like that before. I'm actually going to put ice here. Ice here. Realistic to pickpocket a web shooting demon. Well, how would you pickpocket a web shooting demon? They have no pockets. So... But you could fight it. Twist off, the child has been found dead. Cold-blooded. Had a tantrum. Okay, hold on a second. Why do I have a ton of injured dwarves? What happened? Did we have a tavern brawl? Okay, you just fell. What? We had some sort of mass fight just break out. I'm not entirely sure what just happened. Let's throw some more dwarves into the doctoring profession. Rolf, thank you very much for gifting a subscription. Also nice. And Devil Dawn with the 5-pack. Thank you very much. Got a hype train rolling now. Rolling out of the station. Or into the station. Let's grab another weaponsmith and another doctor. Yeah, I'm not sure what just happened. Oh wow. I wonder if that's what the problem is here. Yeah, so I'm having what appears to be some sort of bit of a spiral. So Twist Off died. I need to find Twist Off in this list. Who killed you? If I can work this backwards. Because someone may have tried to steal something and then everything else just went nuts. Okay, so a child punched a child. Dwarven child punches a dwarven child. So somebody... You? Cold-blooded? No, it wasn't cold-blooded. One of my kids killed a different kid. Ah, it was Reza. To the unexpected death of somebody. The unexpected death of somebody, hey? Giant Gimli, thank you very much for another 5-pack of gift subs. And Deviled as well with the 5-pack. That's brought that hype train all the way up to level 4. Unexpected, yes, by bludgeoning them to death. I kind of feel bad for them. I mean, their older brother is dead, but their mom and dad are still alive. Like, or rather, their mom and dad and their grandmother are both still alive. Let's see where this goes. What are we all doing? Are we all picking up equipment? Kind of looks like it. There's no report crime. It's just a lot of dwarves resting. And then you're trying to attend a meeting, but you're in emotional shock. I see why you can't attend the meeting. The mayor is one of the people injured. Let's see. Okay, so one of my 2 diagnosers is injured, and one of my 2 bone doctors is injured. I don't have soap. I need to get my hospital underground. Like, kind of bad. It's kind of interesting. I was just starting to think that, like, wow, my, like, general moods have gone up quite a bit. Like, the dwarves are a lot less depressed. Because we were having some mood issues, because snowstorms are really bad on a dwarf's psyche. But it seemed like things were starting to balance off, and then, boom, this happens. So I think it was literally just a kid tantrum and killed another dwarf. I'm not drunk, you are? Yeah. Well, it seems to have stopped whatever it was. Merchants will be leaving soon. Well, I've already traded with them, so we should be good. Stuff all still lost a bunch of teeth. At least the dwarves are getting moved out of there. But seriously, thank you very much for all the gift subs and for all of the very generous resubs and bits and whatnot. You guys are very kind. And just remember, with the gift subs, I do get 70%, which is the same cut approximately that I get for bits. Although I will say this about bits: if you're planning on doing any bits stuff, wait until Wednesday next week. I think it's the 13th, because for a chunk of next month, or a chunk of next week, I think until the 20-something. Any cheering for bits of $3 in bits or more, Twitch adds 10%. Press N. These two. So this dwarf wants a cabinet in their dining room, apparently, and I'm not allowed to export low boots. That's it. Speaking of, where's the mayor's dining room? I think I know where it is, but let's double check. But thank you very much for that hype train, chat. They want a cabinet in there. Wait, you already have a cabinet in your dining room. You want another cabinet in your dining room? I mean, okay. And Stu Phoenix, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. We're also in an ad break now, apparently. But seriously, thank you so much for that hype train with the 17 subscriptions and the $1 in bits. I think it's actually the majority of the revenue I made today. Upon having a glance, yep. That and resubs. Kind of funny. Today I've made, so far in today's stream, I've made more in resubs than I made yesterday. Totally. Which is kind of funny. Bunch of subs re-upping today. We got 30 seconds left on the ad break. Then we'll unpause. Have a lot of you do or I do? Because I don't have a lot of dwarves dead. Just one. Bunch of injured though. AKRT. Yeah, currently it's literally just the one. Bunch of serious injuries though. It's just twist off. Bit of a shame, but have embarked on their journey. All right, I think next thing we need to do is make this hospital less trash. I'm really starting to like the look of the map when I move down a layer. Like, that's starting to look real cool. Trying to give you an idea of the shape of the city. What's up, no banner flags? And then the number of injured dwarves is dropping pretty quickly. You've always wanted to do one? Yep. They're pretty fun. You just kind of have to be careful you don't melt it, and you have to make sure that you settle either far enough north or far enough south that you don't ever get it thawing. Because if it starts thawing, you're just kind of in trouble. Nobody really wants that at that point. So we only have 3 more dwarves dead or not dead, but sitting in hospital. Oni had DFCU's nearest material because I have a pile of copper to build. Really? Oni doesn't have that feature? Man. I would think that they would. It's very odd that they don't, actually. But yeah, when it comes to the H-Bomber guy video, one that is some of the best reporting I've seen in years, at least on YouTube, but it also made me kind of sad because I really wish it wasn't just a, this is 99% one person video, or 50% one person, big expose thing. Because off the top of my head, I can think of like 3 or 4 like million plus subscriber YouTube channels that do very similar things. Like very similar things. I mean, as an example, a lot of older footage on my YouTube channel is footage of roller coasters from Planet Coaster, because I streamed quite a bit of that at one point. Because I like theme park games for some strange reason. But I stream quite a bit of that. And I'd say 3 to 5 times a month. I mean like about YouTube, not about games specifically, because that's not a game-specific video. Ghost. Also, you should watch it. That's all I have to say. Anyway. I can think that in the last year, in the someone has stolen your video chunk of YouTube, I can name like 6 or 7 YouTube channels that are nothing but, air quotes, 3D high definition 4K roller coaster footage, ride through whatever. And a couple times a month, I get a ping saying that somebody stole 3 minutes of this video that was uploaded to my YouTube channel 6 years ago. 5 minutes. And I look at it and it's like, oh, this already has 60,000 views. And I click the button and the video gets taken down. And it never goes back up. And they never, like, credit in any way. And they never, like, even comment. They just kind of accept it and go, well, lost that one. Anyway, but these channels, they upload, like, 3 or 4 videos a day. And it's like, man, so many people are just, like, getting their videos ripped off and, like, not even knowing it. But at the very least, like when it comes to whole cloth YouTube content getting ripped off, YouTube has some pretty decent control tools to fix that if you're paying attention. But when it comes to like just stealing parts of videos or like scripts, there literally is no way to really track that. So it's not how much YouTube fucks over creators, it's how much creators fuck over creators, right? Like, I don't think saying it's YouTube fucking creators over is necessarily like accurate. I think when you have a platform of this size, it's just gonna kind of happen at a point. It's just up to YouTube to try and put in the safeguards so that it happens as little as possible. And in their defense, they do have it in the, oh, somebody stole your video kind of way. But at the same time, you know, like, the one that I always come back to is the Dwarf Fortress review made by Seth, right? You know, it's a lot of people's favorite video of Dwarf Fortress. None of the footage in that video is recorded by him, and none of the stories that he talks about in that video were originally told by him. They were all told by other YouTubers. And all of the footage is from those YouTubers. And he didn't credit any of them anywhere in the video at any point until people called him out on it. And then he put a little thingy down in the description, which is like... Cool. That video's got 6 million views, which in ad revenue, assuming that video got ad revenue, somewhere between $7,000 to $10,000. Here the problem is YouTube automatically takes the side of a lot of their higher sub creators, even when stealing content. Oh yeah, no, totally. I mean, why wouldn't you? That's the logical business move. Very much, it's the logical business move. Like, it sucks, but it's the truth. Capitalism, baby. Also, it makes me happy that I've never really been a particularly big fan of the Internet Historian. I will say that. Takes a long time to build these bridges, geez. Ooh, Internet Historian, no banner flags? I liked some of the videos, but kind of never remember anything about Internet Historian. I mean, Internet Historian traditionally was like a YouTube channel that would upload 4 times a year, maybe. And it would just be like, here is a huge bit of journalism. That's what they were always intended to be, but yeah, I never found his videos to be particularly memorable outside of like, I want to say that No Man's Sky video is maybe the one that I remember the most by Internet Historian. Past content was pretty edgy. I mean, same with most of YouTube, let's be honest. I don't blame that kid for slipping into depression. Let's fix that hole. Others. And that I'm seeing. Oh, really? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the only video that I remember watching in its entirety of the Internet Historian was the No Man's Sky video. It's the only one I really remember watching. I should probably actually do this at priority 5 so I can push them to somewhere specific if I need to. I don't think I watched that one. I have a hard time caring about 76, so about Fallout 76 specifically. Like a very hard time caring, so I just kind of don't really watch videos related to it. Because I'm kind of the, well, and who's surprised it sucked kind of person. Certainly not me. I guess I was the one person, or maybe not the one person, one of that group of people that was like, called it when that game came out and it was bad. Like, there's no way that VATS could be even remotely fun in like a open world survival crafting multiplayer game. Like, there's no way that would be fun. Is there some sort of relation bar that's hidden which gets higher if you offer gifts? Yes. If you're offering gifts, the more value the traders who come to trade with you get, the more they bring to trade with you the next time, right? So if you give them 1,000 worth of value, you'll get that equivalent. Like they'll bring bigger caravans essentially. And as you export more and more and more wealth, they will send you bigger and bigger caravans until they eventually hit the cap, which is like, it's like 12 wagons or something, which you can get once you have a monarch. Like, once you're a barony, you start getting massive caravans. Like, I've had dozen-plus wagon trading things before, which means they can take more stuff from you that's heavier because they have a weight limit. Except the elves don't ever bring wagons. They just bring more pack animals. Based on the fall of 76 launch and follow-up, nobody cared, or everybody got angry. Yeah, pretty much. That's how I've been. Still surprised the pay-to-win fiasco of... You want to know why that is? Is because the vast majority of mainstream video game players are so used to games with pay-to-win mechanics that they don't even notice. That's my theory anyway. Because it's like, well, none of them notice because... Well, why would you? Why would you care? I mean, if you're used to playing games and every game that you're used to playing has that type of mechanic in it, why would it bother you? That's just how video games are, as far as you're concerned. And it sounded like a nightmare? Yeah, the economy system in Dwarf Fortress was too accurate. It was too good. Did you watch the Why Dwarf Fortress Turned to Communism video? Or was it a different one? Yeah, that one. Yeah, that's probably the most well-known one. It's pretty well put together. I don't know how much of the game that person's actually played or if they just read articles about it, but it's a pretty well put together video from what I remember. Yeah, I watched it when I was in that like release window haze of Dwarf Fortress, so I don't remember much of it. But I do remember thinking it was pretty decent. Let's start doing this too. Yeah, around this time last year, something happened. I was a wee bit busy. My frost puppy? What's a frost? Is that like a slush puppy? Ah, okay. Polar bear. Polar bear is a frost puppy. Got it. The Dwarven dialect materialism. Yeah, the Dwarf Fortress community takes its writing pretty seriously. Giant Gimli, thank you for continuing to carry the stream with those gift subs. Big jam. And thanks for continuing to, I don't know, enlighten the stream with your humor, Baka Glass. Turn something that sounds terrible on paper into an equally terrible in practice. How about just making anything great in practice instead? To me, there are parts of communism that sound terrible even on paper, which is why I think socialism is the actual result that is kind of optimal for the way our society works these days. Things like material ownership, like it's very difficult for me to imagine a society working with no material ownership, because there's just so many examples of it not, right? Yet there are many examples of socialist societies working quite well. So I think it kind of depends on what you mean by that. Boom boom. At least to me, but you know, we all have our own biases and takes. It's not just everyone has shared wealth. It's not just... No, I mean, humans are inherently corrupt, right? And if you have a very inherently corruptible system, flat, it's not going to work, right? Because humans are corrupt. And the more power you give humans, the more corrupt they get. So when you have a system that allows for people on the top to completely obliterate everything, without any protections in place whatsoever, then yeah, no, it's a time bomb, really. That's fair, UGDPY. More than welcome to disagree. Pretty harsh subject, after all. But yeah, that's why I call myself a socialist and not a communist. Something absolute power, something absolutely, yes. You don't think that humans are inherently corrupt? I'm a bit of a nihilist. I expect the worst in people, and I'm not surprised when all I see is the worst in people. And I'm very used to seeing the worst in people because of, I don't know, just my life, man. Like, I'm so used to people just being the worst that it's very difficult for me to believe otherwise. I would love to be proven wrong, though. But I'm also one of those people who says that children are inherently assholes who are selfish, who need to be taught to listen and, like, exist within society and share and that kind of thing. And there's plenty of people who disagree with me on that, too. So, but also, I don't have kids, so what the fuck do I know? Humans are often shitty. Well, think about it this way, right? We are biological creatures. Biological creatures are programmed to survive. We are programmed to survive in the system that we exist in, right? If that system is capitalism, then you are programmed to work as much as possible, make as much money as possible, screw over as many people as possible to make as much money as possible, because that is the optimal way to survive in a capitalistic system. Just like in a popularity industry like Twitch, it or live streaming or content creation, you are benefited by having as little competition as possible, having as many eyeballs on you as possible, and standing out more than everybody else as often as possible, right? So you are incentivized to have shitty practices to get ahead and cheat, right? So in a society that is, okay, it's a flat surface. Okay, how do you get ahead? How do you survive? Well, you get into a position of power. Okay, then how do you stop other people from taking that? That's when I say human nature. I don't think every human is inherently like that. But systems that reward that kind of behavior are inevitably going to keel over. I have absolutely no education in this subject and do not know what I'm talking about, so please don't take what I'm saying as gospel. I'm just babbling and playing Dwarf for it. So if you are educated in these subjects, please enlighten me, because I certainly am not. Yeah, when I'm saying human nature, I'm stating that humans need to survive. And if you give them a list of rules that they have to survive within, the natural thing to do is to try and break the rules to get ahead. That's how, just look at history. Like, it's the most common thing we have in every facet of society throughout history, is you try and break the system to get ahead. So, anyway. I don't even know how we got here. Sup, Hope Productions. I mean, like, how do we have muffin people like fucking Bobby Kotick in charge of literally anything? Money. Oh, no, there are very, 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 very large numbers of excellent human beings out there that are wonderful. I mean, I hear OpenAI's hiring, so maybe Bobby will have new work in the future. Mostly joking. Giant Gimli, thank you for another gift sub. I appreciate you. That seek, generally the ones that aren't corrupt, generally are the ones that seek, the ones that aren't corrupt are generally, oh, I missed the are not the ones who seek out power. Well, yeah, because I know, like, okay, so I think it's a shitty thing to be like, I'm not corrupt, right? Like, just put my hands up and say that. So what I'll say is this. I have absolutely no desire to work within a position of power in a capitalist society because I know for a fact, one, I would be a horrible person if I ended up in a position of power, and two, because I've worked under people before. And I know the kind of people that it attracts. And I know the kinds of personalities that it attracts. And I think that those kinds of people are often kind of dangerous. So, yeah. So that's like the beginning of an end of my opinions that I have on this subject are purely due to my experiences, right? Are you saying should or should not, Moreb? We'll see you later, Napalm. Thank you much for hanging out, dude. We'll be on tomorrow. Stay frosty. Yeah, damn right. Can you see what my fort looks like in ASCII? Sure. See if I can get it all on screen. There you go. Very ice, I think is what you mean, spaced out. Gee, there you go. You've never settled in a glacier? Really? Yeah, and then this is the lower layer. That's all the designated stuff to be dug out. You primarily an ASCII player? And this is the lower zone. Some snow landing down here. And then this is all the way up on the surface with my training area for the dwarves, and then the central towers, and then this is the trading tower, which is slowly building up, and this is the Marksdorf's battlements if stuff ever actually gets up on top. Can you smooth ice? You can. I don't like the way smooth dice looks, so I don't. At least not with the tile set on, so. Cold-blooded is tantruming. What does this dwarf want? Devil Dawn and Cold-blooded are very haggard. Wearing old clothing seems to be the beginning of it. But your clothing is no longer old. Make a toys stockpile here. Do the dwarves track snow? It's an option you have to turn on, but they track snow, blood, vomit, any liquid, anything that they can get on themselves, they'll track into your fort. So I have that option turned on because I like it, but not everybody likes it. But yeah, all of this snow that's in here has been tracked in by the dwarves. They run outside, they get snow on their feet, and then they run inside and they get snow on them. Forgotten Beast Rekko has come. Towering mockingbird with external ribs. It has a broad shell and a bloated body. Beware its deadly blood. All right, we need to see where that is right now. Where is it? Okay, so this thing is on the lower level. This is the upper level. Let's watch where it goes for a little bit. Good name, though. Oh, no, it's Rekko, not Rocco. Rekko! Get Recto. Rekko here to Rekko you. And we are stuck in an ad, so I will wait for 2 minutes. We'll do the fight. I will once again state this because I'm staring right at your name. Buttery Whale Fetus, your name terrifies me. Truthfully, your name terrifies me. If you're stuck in an ad and you missed this, I'm sorry, but your name terrifies me. Also, Stillanitis, it's good to see you as well. Dwarfy's gonna kill you, a mockingbird. That is an emote. Jeez. I like that that's a GOG.com emote. That's funny. I was assuming that would be like a Mandalore emote, but... I want to stop by and say that I hope you're doing well. You've been binging my dwarves while setting up a new fortress. 165 dwarves, only one unhappy citizen. Hey, that's going pretty good. It's better than me. Although I can't use mist generators because I will turn my dwarves into ice. Which, admittedly, will stop them from being upset, but... That'll also stop them from moving, breathing, sleeping, being dwarves. And make their uses slightly less. So, yeah. Breathing is overrated. Word. Great phrase from a terrible game. This is true, yes. Game I've never played and I never will play. So this thing might be able to get to the other cavern layer, which is why I'm following it. Or it can just do that. Okay, well, we get to fight this toy critter thingy. I'm not sure which direction it's gonna go. Oh, or it'll just turn around. Can you freeze a forgotten beast in ice? Yes, that would kill it. Wouldn't be that easy to do, though. Especially not right now. A barren consort of ruthless boil. And cold-blooded is tantruming yet again. Excellent. You know what? Yeah, sure. You can stay, because that's the barren consort, right? Yeah, we got a barren consort. Voltok must be the Baroness. The Flag of Warriors. That is a rad name. Former member of the Anvil of Paddles. That's a much worse name than the Flag of Warriors. How do dwarves decide what clothes to wear? They pick up clothes based on their needs. They pick up clothes based on their needs. But they'll only claim them if they're actively taking them to a stockpile or hauling them, unless they desperately need them. Was that you? You saw it a while ago? Yep. Odds are good. If you've seen a Dwarf Fortress tutorial that was like under 8 minutes, it was probably me. Let's let this creature in. They are different. Cloth is acquired from plant, yarn is acquired from animals, and silk is acquired from spiders. Uh-oh. Never mind. I don't actually need to do this. It's already in. Yeah, that's right. Where the hell is it going? All right, I guess we'll just go fight it in the water then. If they come. All right, the dwarves are starting to fire bolts. Bolts are hitting the creature. It's seriously injured. It's bleeding. It doesn't feel anything while in conflict. Bolt struck it in the left lower leg as well as in the floating ribs. A dog gets immediately yeeted across the map. Great. The creature is bleeding super heavily. It appears that Corn Knob here, who is 19 years old, by the way, is stabbing the Forgotten Beast in the upper body with her steel short sword, severing the spine's nervous tissue. The middle of the spine's nervous tissue. All right, so this thing's dead, right? Yep. Okay. There you go. Dwarves get it. Dog got yeeted. Easy fight. And also I can unstation these dwarves. Silk is more valuable because you have to risk more to get it usually. But yeah, boom, boom. I made a series of Dwarf Fortress tutorials called short, quick tutorials, which mostly released in December last year. There was a few that I kind of spattered out throughout the year as the year went on. But yeah, they were all like 3 to 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes for a long one. And they were just like, here's a topic, done. Here's a topic, done. But now people on my YouTube channel, I put up a poll the other day for this because people seem to really want this. People have been starting to ask me to take all of those short tutorials and put them into one big ass video with timestamps. And currently it's like on the poll, kind of a pretty heavy majority of people want me to do that, which is interesting because I'm kind of surprised, but because some people are just like, why, isn't that just a playlist? Or like, just make a playlist. It's like, I already have a playlist. I'm assuming people want this in addition to a playlist. So, Corn Knob has bestowed the name Kebulagath upon a steel short sword. So yeah, I think it's kind of a weird request, but also I kind of get it at the same time. So I'm just going to make a butcher shop here, and we are going to butcher this. Once this is all gone. They'll ask for individual videos, and then I'll just link the old ones. It's fine. I think the best egg layer is turkeys because they are the only bird livestock that also gives leather when you slaughter them. So to me, in my opinion, turkeys are the best. Which is funny because I don't like turkey in particular. Jesus, that poor dog, yeah, pretty much. Dog got obliterated out of existence. Time to go to work. You gotta do what you gotta do, dude. Don't work too hard, Shaku. Also, holy crap, it's already 3 p.m. Been live for 6 hours. So you're cleaning. Hopefully we'll get this butchered. We have no meat right now, so we'll be very aware of how much meat we have. Working the old warehouse for 12 hours. 12-hour shifts. Brutal. Absolutely brutal, man. Cold-blooded, the dwarven child was found dead. A dwarf was very depressed, so I'm not too surprised. Which also kind of sucks. Holy crap. So I got 60 shells. I almost never do this. Shell crafts. 60. Just make 60 shell crafts, please. Because, like, good lord. That is so much shell. So much shell. I also need more food storage. In fact, there's a bunch of stuff here that's gonna rot. Just claim everything in the fort. We'll make an extension to the food stockpile down there. A little rickety, but I'm sure it'll be fine. There is a cardboard box production facility here that it's 12-hour minimum shifts. 3 days a week. Or you could do 10 for 4 days a week. 10-hour shifts, 4 days a week. Pretty good pay, though. Considering by law they have to give you overtime for every shift. How do you stop food from rotting? You put it in stockpiles. And ideally in barrels. You need to just look at the list of them on the wiki, William. There's too many plants that can be made into booze to really list them off from memory. Once it's in a barrel, it won't rot. If it's in a stockpile, it won't rot. Stockpiles are dwarven preservation for stuff. If it's in a food stockpile, it won't rot. It's overtaken by fish, so it keeps rotting in the workshop. We'll stop fishing. It's clearly your problem is that you keep fishing. Waiting for Azrael to come get their mittens. Which is kind of funny. Let's try this one last time. Yeah, it was on the YouTube page. And worth be worse, pointing them at the alcohol plant stockpile wiki page. I think they're already on it. Yeah, if I seem to just respond to nobody, it's usually just YouTube. That or it's just the voices in my head. There's dozens of us. All right, so. Now that's all mined out. Should do this again. Go deeper. Should start hitting stone on this next one. Yeah, there's a YouTube chat. There's like, I think 40 to 50 people on YouTube right now. And then on Twitch we have 260. So Twitchy gets the priority. But YouTube can be kind of useful because the ads on YouTube and Twitch are not synced. So you could like, if an ad pops up on Twitch, tab over to YouTube, unmute. vice versa. Sunshine is like ridiculously difficult to actually get enough product to make though. Yeah, generally my advice though, if you just want to make tons of different types of booze, if you're in any kind of temperate like map where you have, you know, just plants growing on the surface, just do like a big old harvest all command. And then all of that stuff that can be brewed will just get brewed, and there's really not much else that you need to do at that point. You'll end up with tons of seeds you don't need, and then you can go into the kitchen settings and enable them all as cookable, and then you won't have seeds that you don't need. So, you know. I think that's probably the best situation. Those are like the two polar opposites of booze. Sewer brew and sunshine. I guess gutter crewer is the one that's worse, but like... Although, for some reason, the lowest value alcohol in Dwarf Fortress is mead. Which is funny. Which was not intentional. It just kind of happened that way. Bunch of seeds are uncookable? Sure, but plenty of them are. And then you also said so they can't cook your booze. No, absolutely. Like, mead and sunshine should be the most expensive brews in Dwarf Fort. But, you know, mead is worth 1 Dwarf buck per unit, which is like... stone blocks are worth more. Basic fucking blocks. Bricks are more expensive than mead. All right. Done. Out of beeswax? I think it's like soap, where it's something that used to be made, and you used to be able to make them into blocks, but you can't anymore. Pretty sure that's how that ended up sorting out. You know, let's just go down to here again. You love this song when the drums kick in? Mm-hmm. Channel down on 2 wall pieces on the bottom right, did I? Oh, you're right. 3, actually. Sweet. Wouldn't have been the end of the world, but thanks. Speaking of things that are actually concerning, this is actually concerning. Well, I'm sorry for your OCD, but I have a habit of destroying people's OCD. Because I make very, 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 very chaotic, non-symmetrical forts. Damn it, I'm gonna do that forever. Holy crap, there's so much clothing right there. I don't have anywhere for them to put used clothing right now, so it just goes into onto the floor, generally. What's funny is my psychiatrist thinks I have OCD. It's not that particular brand of OCD. But that's something that we're working on. Visitors for right now. You say you're not going to do a grid this time and you wind up making grids? We are creatures of habit. We're in the habit of making grids, unless you keep making grids. Yeah, we're going to have to go all the way down to -6, so this is going to take a bit. This is going to take a bit. We're all grid related. Humans are simple creatures, and simple creatures like patterns. You know, a while ago, I got a comment, and this was like peak pandemic when people were like at each other's throats constantly because everybody was locked inside and like bored shitless and had nothing better to do than be terminally online. I can't even remember exactly the context of what I said, but it kind of boiled down to why do I have to hate humanity so much? And it's just like, well, that's a you problem. Of course you hate humanity because you're a horrible person. And I literally looked at that and was just like, and you don't? Like, how do you not hate other people? Found a giant underground pit, so you're building around it. Ooh, in order to avoid a super gritty structure. I mean, that's the best way to get out of making grids, right? Is pick a mountain and build within it. Like, don't allow yourself to do that. No, furries just ruined a lot of cartoons. Humanity, eh. Master Spike, the Bone Doctor, has been possessed. Where are you at? There he is. An adept clother. Oh, you're gonna get a clothing artifact? Yeah, looks like it. Alright, well, grabs a piece of cave spider silk cloth, cave spider silk cloth, cave spider silk cloth, gizzard stones. For me, it's more of an ironic hate. Just keep your fetishes very far away from me. It's kind of the same blanket policy I have about anything that can either be just like a lifestyle or a fandom or a fetish. It's just like, yeah, you have your hobbies. Just don't push it on me, please. And that's basically where I draw the line. Ooh, we're using Forgotten Beast Bone. I'm hoping for like a hat. But, you know, we'll see. He's got a splatter of sweat on his ankle, I assume. Is there a way to make them clean up the snow? If I pave the floor, they'll clean it up. But the floor isn't paved. I don't think so. Because they've already grabbed things that aren't silk. Vixen Rose reveals the presence of duty spells. Man, they gossip about my artifacts all the goddamn time. Copper bars. How big are my embarks? The default size usually, sometimes one larger. 3 spider silk, gizzard stones, radiant jasper opals, Rekko's bones, copper bars, gabbro, and rough cherry opals. Any bets on what they make, chat room? Cleaning is just a very low priority, especially for dwarves. Would be a bad clothing item? I don't know. Like, I could imagine like a bathrobe being covered with bling and being fine. I mean, just go look up pimp clothing. Of course, those are all going to get canceled immediately. Location of the boulders has changed. I don't like that. I think that we need an amber-flavored web farm. The Forgotten Beast, Yugath Rexasathuger, the great quadruped composed of amber. It has a long spiral horn and a bloated body. Beware! It's webs. It could be bad. All right, well, it's on the upper level. That's good. That part is good. And I need to make sure that all of the dwarves are actually in the burrow. Alright, so there's 2 that weren't. Dwarf, if you die, that's on you. So, see where this critter is. It's pretty close. Where is that dwarf? I think we're going to lose at least a dwarf in this. Master Spite, the Bone Doctor, has created Ostathassel, a Ramtak Gishgil, a cave spider silk cape, and offers it to the Frosty Beards. Chat room, I need to use the toilet, and I'm hungry, so I'm going to go grab my lunch. It's going to take me a minute, and when I return, we'll read this artifact and figure out what we're going to do with this creature. We're also stuck in an ad break, so it's pretty good timing. Don't go anywhere too fast. If you want to help the stream out, go leave a like on the YouTube stream. And, I don't know, say, I'm not getting a sandwich actually today, surprisingly enough. I will be back in a few minutes. I mean, I eat lunch around the same time every day, G-Fin. Bobtron, hi, I'm going to go get lunch. BRB.
Everything you plead, I loved it. It's a pleasure being here.
Over here, he has a sword!
It's a unit system. I know this.
Cheese for everyone! Heal, damn it!
All right. You know, bugs get trapped in amber sometimes. I'm imagining that this forgotten beast is just a giant amber unicorn with a spider in it.
Over here, he has a sword!
But the spider is still alive and controlling it like a mech. Elfie, are you watching? That's your what's the word I'm looking for here? Drawing prompt for the day. So, lunch today, for those of you who are always curious, is a scrambled egg, some seared garlic, and brown rice and hot sauce. That's lunch today, because I have no bread, and I'm basically out of everything else. What do you win? Bragging rights? Alright, the problem is it's cumbersome to eat, especially at the computer. Master Spike, the Bone Doctor, has created Ostatatao, a cave spider silk cape, and offers it to the Frosty Beards. And I'm going to pause the game immediately. And, I think that goes to the militia captain. What do you think, chat? That seems like a militia captain thing. There's Diamond Destruct. Yeah, I think that's going to the militia captain. Let's go take a look at what it is, and then we'll figure out what to do with this creature. Artifacts do not decay. And they are destroyable. If I throw them into lava, they'll be destroyed, but they're technically not destroyed. They're just air quotes lost and can still be refound in the world in certain specific ways. This is a cave spider silk cape. Our craft ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular alunite cabochons and radiant cut jasper opals, and square cut cherry opals, and round gabbro cabochons, and encircled with bands of copper. It is made from cave spider silk cloth. This object menaces with spikes of cave spider silk and forgotten beast bone. On the item is an image of 2 trousers in cave spider silk. On the item is an image of a 6-sided long 6-sided prisms in cave spider silk. It's a pretty good item. And Captain of the Guard should come get it. Yeah, capes have sprites. I think that's technically body wear. Yeah, it is. All right. So, this guy. This guy is going to go kill a dwarf, I think. Holy shit. Yep, there we go. So this is Schmitchell. So unless you've got real good aim with that axe, rest in peace, Schmitchell. It kicked him in the head with its rear foot, and the injured part collapses. Oh, Schmitzel is dead. Spikes just means triangles. You know how like jesters' costumes, they'll have like triangle and diamond shaped patterns on their clothing? That's how I imagine menacing with spikes of cloth means. It just means that there's triangles on it. So, I need to figure out what we're gonna do here. Also, apparently I have hiccups now. Great. Golly gee. Sorry, I'm just like apparently falling into the hiccup hell. This door is locked right now. How hard is amber? A weird question. It's not the densest material, but it's not dense. It's like more or less the equivalent of any other stone in the game. In real life, it's like obsidian. Okay, I'm not sure about the game. I'll be honest. I would assume pretty tough. What I'm going to do is I'm going to block this off, actually. I'm going to put a door here. It's going to lead around to here. Just to get it to path into the fort. And I will lock it in. Seal her off. And build doors in the way, and then we'll figure out where we're going to put it, because I just kind of want to get them out of the caverns like stat. I really just need to get this creature out of the caverns. So you're going to build that wall. Build another door right here. So Mitchell's been missing for a week. Yep. I'm going to put a locked door there. Waiting on the construction of that. Seems fairly soft, close to bit gypsum or calcite in hardness. There's also a lot of different kinds of amber, so. Pythos has revealed the presence of duty spells. Man, dwarves keep on being such blabbermouths, for lack of a better term. I could also try and shoot at it, but I kind of want to just keep it. I kind of want to like just have it as a source of silk. All right, so let's turn this back on. I'm going to jump into here, and I'm actually going to erase this because we just dug this trench, so it just got added. Let's open this up. Let's follow this creature.
Crypt beer.
Fuck NDA, thank you very much for the 6th month. Welcome back. God, this thing moves fast. Holy tits. Jesus Christ. All right, so it stands here, and then the game saves. I like how it claims that it was in conflict. I don't believe it was ever in conflict. Also, for those of you who missed it, if you like the Dwarf Fortress soundtrack, I uploaded the entirety of the Dwarf Fortress record to my YouTube channel. It's not monetized, but... But it's up there if you want to watch it. Dude, you know you can just walk this way, right? Really wants to go through that door. Yeah, it literally just stepped on a dwarf. That's all it did. I need it to go this way. Literally just like kicked a dwarf in the head. That's its idea of conflict. Interesting. It's really, 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 really interested in getting out of this door. Can it hear the pups? Oh, probably. They're also not pups. Those are definitely dogs. Dr. Funk? Sorry, I had to have an intervention. You. If I get this sealed off on this side, then I can unlock this door. Ah, there it goes. Got him. And unseal this. And disable this. And also disable that. So now we just get to figure out what we're going to do with them, but I'm going to keep working on current projects. But very easily just build, like, you know, it's kind of a square room right here. And a line here. And this could be the entryway. And that could very easily just be a silk generating room. But it would be pretty far away from all my weavers. I don't know, Vyra. I genuinely don't know. Another forgotten beast named Othri has come. An enormous hairy tarantula. It has a pair of long antennas and it squirms and fidgets. Beware its poison bite. So I'm just gonna forbid this for a second until I can get this built. But like, right, this one's on a lower layer, which means we may have to fight it in the drainage hallway over here. But yeah, I genuinely do not know if they are another blue vampire situation. Also, I love the term blue vampire situation. I would just like to inform you of that. It's getting exciting. We're starting to get some cavern creatures. I'm trying to stay on top of them. this one, I'm just going to send the crossbow dwarves down here to fight with. Going to need to make more bolts, though. You know what? Let's do it this way. Oh, come on. I'll say run in there and I'll lock you in there until my squads are ready. There you go. Here they come. What? Guess I didn't actually fully connect any of this. But, so what I'm gonna do, we're gonna get this sealed off. And I'm gonna open this door. And the dwarves have arrived to trade. Not for about, because it released at, what, was it 9 a.m. Pacific time? I'm pretty sure it was 9 a.m. Pacific time. Doors are bloody OP, yeah. The non-hybrid bear from the King of the Earth Kingdom, or do you mean flying bison? I have no idea what we're talking about at this point. How can that? How is that pump getting powered? The pumps connect energy. Yes, they do vertically if they are connected, which I've connected them all. So the one beneath it, okay. So the front acts as a mechanism, and so does the back. They both transfer power, but they transfer power vertically. Only the back needs to be sitting on floor for it to be constructible. So essentially this part's sitting on floor, and then this part is sitting on the top or on the back of the one beneath it, right? And so this here has a hole here, which is powering this one, right? So this beneath it is powered by this one. This one here is powering the one above it. Rinse and repeat. But they're extremely tedious to build. So it's powered by this. What is it made out of? Iron and gabbro. I'm just trying to finish my rice. You found a flaming sturdy metal folding chair. Really? Ilmirin, if you place it on the ground, you can sit on it. You should just carry it around and sit on it. Whenever you set up a like a campsite, just sit there for a minute. Yeah, pretty much. It's like it's a professional wrestler's weapon. Yeah, pretty much. I'm gonna go put this away. I'll be right back. All right. Sorry about the belching. Okay. Significantly harder to eat a bowl of rice than it is to eat a sandwich, but. Okay, so now we wait. Caravan has arrived. Come the dwarves to build this up. Which means I can then unlock this. This critter should turn around and do that. I will also then deconstruct this. And the dwarves immediately start shooting bolts at it. Flying, it's got hit by 1, 2, 3, 4 bolts. The first one struck it in the abdomen, bruising the guts. The second one struck it in the right third leg, tearing the muscle. The third one struck the second leg, tearing the muscle. And the fourth one struck the sepia thorax, tearing the muscle. And then it turns around and goes, oh god. Then immediately starts getting hit again. Running away in fear, I would assume. Dwarves are continuing to just shoot bolts at it. And it's having a rough time. It's bleeding. Yeah, it's pretty heavily injured off of just one run-in with my Marks dwarves. What I really need is I need a drawbridge in front of these. Shooty, shooty dwarf, pretty much. Okay, so this Forgotten Beast has turned around and is now making a beeline back to try a second attempt. Yeah, it's still getting hit with bolts. Dwarves are continuing to just shoot at it. They are or it's literally just the one dwarf right here who has 5 shots left. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Runs off to go get more ammunition. Creature's sitting by the door, fixated. Dwarf ran off to go get more bolts. You gotta go a little further down there, Dwarf. Let's tell you to go station right there. Ah, got it. So Vixen Rose got a kill on the creature. And all 3 is our most recent kill. Our bolts will blot out the sun. This is true. And you know, honestly, that would be better for all dwarves involved because they don't like the sun. Let's go furniture. Statue. Oh, iron. Statue. And we will make it out of Forgotten Beast, all 3. Yeah, let's do that. And iron, furniture, iron, statue. I will make it related to a historical figure. Vixen Rose. Vixen Rose has bestowed the name Folsulol upon an iron crossbow. I guess this isn't a part of the burrow then, hey? And Lord Ubda meets with the outpost liaison, and they say, I'm your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. Merit deserves a reward. No, thank you. Not for right now. Next time. I don't particularly want a baron in my fort right at this exact moment. Maybe later. Maybe in a year or 6. How about if they're being fired out of the ground? We'll find a way. Our bolts will blot out the mushroom caps. How's that? Also, Elfie, if you missed that drawing prompt that I shouted out earlier, I can't remember if you were in the chat at the exact minute, but quadruped composed of amber with a spider, a living spider inside of the amber creature, piloting it like a mech. It's your drawing prompt for the day. Okay. It was from the YouTube chat, so you can like confirm details in the YouTube chat. Found Smitchell. Damn shame that. As we clear this one item at a time. Also just scrubbing through chat, scrapping the rest, but when you get a base set up, you're keeping the thing. I need to do that. I've been debating all day as to whether or not I want to do more Soul Ash 2 or Caves of Cud this evening. You may have just made me want to do more Caves of Cud, but still kind of playing it by ear. I wonder, actually. Let me test something. I tried this earlier, and this used to work. This works for Vomit, to make the dwarves clean stuff up. I wonder if I can force them to clean up snow by putting a stockpile there. Even just like a nothing stockpile. We'll have to see after they're done hauling everything. And Red Rock and that chair in the... And do you find that chair in a plant box? And a plant in a box. And a plant in a box. Like in a chest? That's kind of interesting. Just realized that my... broker has 2 levers. Oh, one of them isn't here. Okay. So now we're stuck in an ad. Yeah, I'm actually surprised that you managed to get a chair that has the flaming attribute, not like a rocket launcher with the flaming attribute or something. Because that would make a lot more sense. Or a grenade launcher. So you walk down the hall and you found a glass vase full of molten wax and a phial of lava lying on the floor. Yeah, there's some weird things in Red Rock these days. They've made it a much more interesting situation these days. It's a much stranger place than it was previously. We're talking about Cud. Yeah, but I've seen some weird things happen in Cud. I don't think you can build pumps in adventure mode, no. There's like very few things you can actually build in adventure mode. That's like the place where adventure mode is the most limited, is like the construction. Like there's air quotes cabin building. You can chop down trees and use those to build a air quotes cabin, and then they pop up as a camp on the overworld, and then you can settle on it. But that's about it. And even that, they're not certain that'll be in immediately because the UI for it's really complicated. Let's just get the last few items in here. Just need the trader to get here. Doodle time, enjoy your doodle. Here comes the trader. Let's just trade all that for... I don't think I've ever seen that. The following goods were added for the counter offer. Please understand, journey must be profitable, and you'd consider tossing in a little extra. Very rarely see that. Okay, so I can trade. Accept counter offer. We'll do that. Let's just do a bunch of these dresses. Up the value a bit. Let's get an erong, which appears to be some sort of gong. Trade for a couple couple barrels of wine. A couple more barrels of wine. For a bunch of used clothing. Rest of the wine. Oh boy, can't actually do that. Couple barrels then. And a couple barrels then. And a couple barrels then. And a few more barrels. And a few more barrels. And bang, a few more barrels. All right, what else do they have? Did they bring any cloth? They did. They did. If I mark all, what's the value? Okay, not actually that much. Let's trade. Let's trade for, I was going to say some alpaca wool, but I actually trade for that much. Let's just go down to that. Done. Trade accuracy and value accuracy going up. Easy peasy. Not gonna lie, you just started to understand some things in DF after the Steam version. They did a great job of making the game more accessible. No, I completely agree. Absolutely did. They absolutely did. I'm also going to give the kids a new task. Go to labor, ending orders, chores, give them cleaning again. Uh-oh. What are we up against? Just a bunch of angry elk birds? And a giant toad. Oh, shit. Whoops. Well, that's bad because my squads are still stationed here. That's good because my squads are still stationed here. And get dwarves running back inside. Oh, I see. So we're up against cave swallow people that have decided instead of flying, it would be a much better idea for them to ride giant ohms and crocodiles. So the bolts begin flying, I would assume. Yep, there we go. Look at that. Ooh, that was quick. Well, this guy already did. This cave swallow just dropped literally everything in its equipment, and it's dropping all of its darts. I've got Nimlark, who's coming running in and probably fighting with that crocodile. Appears to be dueling with the crocodile. Nimlark, you may want to run. I respect the bravery, but geez, dude. Continues fighting. Is no longer bleeding, so that's a benefit. Is mostly probably just punching the crocodile. Yeah, literally punching the crocodile. Continuing to duel. The Mark Swerves are still firing bolts. It appears that Nimlark, between the assistance of the bolts covering, is still quite nowhere near enough, as they are now overexerted and potentially about to die. Monticore comes running in and starts doing the same thing, continuing to punch and assist. We are still waiting on our military, which is quite far away. Monticore, however, is just beating the ever-living piss out of this crocodile by just punching it repeatedly. You must have been friends with that dwarf. Okay, so Alexander is this dwarf's husband, who's the leader of my Marks dwarves. I'm actually going to just send the Marks dwarves down here to just go fight in melee, because I believe that they would go help this dwarf's wife. And there's just a toad here. I don't know if this is actually a threat or if there's just a toad there. I think there's just a toad there. All right. Well, they've come down and are now trekking around the caverns, looking for any additional creatures that need unlifing. And it appears... boy, that it's time to send the dwarves back inside. Such a shame. I feel like we should start building a second crypt, because I think a good spot for a second crypt would be in these caverns. So we have the one above ground, and then we have the one below ground, because that's where the deaths are happening, so that's where it's convenient and smart to put them. And we did lose Nimlark. F's for Nimlark. See, to me, that is like the perfect size for a cavern siege. You know what I mean? Like, was that a huge threat? No. Was it an exciting little, like, interlude in between bigger fights? Oh, yeah. That to me is, like, about where they should be. But what do I know? You know what, Psyomegas? Make you into a military squad, Dwarf. You know what? Maybe Monty... You know what? Montecore, actually, we're going to put you into the military. You can go work with your husband. Merchants are leaving soon. That is fine. Can crack some fucking skulls? Yeah, with bolts. It's a shame Nimlark had to die, but can't save everybody. Oh, game's paused. It's like, why nobody moving? What happened? All right, let's check in on the surface up here. Sparky, 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 thank you very much for the 5th month. Welcome back. Because I need this to hit stone so I know how deep I have to make the... or where I need to direct the lava to. I'm still going to have to build that pump stack. I don't think I'm actually going to get lava into here today. I think probably what I'm going to be able to get done today is I'll be able to get this down to stone. And I think I should probably also just start expanding bedrooms. Fill the last of the space up that I have on the current fortress layer. The main fortress layer with some more bedrooms and work on those towers a bit more. And then I think likely tomorrow we'll be able to fill this based on the amount of work that I've done so far today. Tomorrow I'll be able to fill up this, the moat with lava. Once the moat is full, I should then be able to actually, you know, finish up this job and get some lava cannons built, because I need a big surface level lava reservoir to be able to make lava cannons. A vein ore and a jewel, and you're auto mining, and you're so happy currently rebuilding a lot of rooms? Hell yeah. Auto mine, like, honestly, Dwarf Fortress is at its best when it feels like you're just witnessing an anthill or a little colony living. And, like, this is something that I said about the game back when I used to play it in ASCII all the time, which was, you know, I think one of the most important things about a colony builder, and some people think it's gameplay, some people think it's balance, some people think it's mechanics and stuff that the player can do. No, the most important thing about any city builder or colony builder, for that matter, is it has to be fun to just watch the little creatures go around and exist. And if you can pull that off, you're halfway there to making a great game. And I think where a lot of these games that try to be like Dwarf Fortress fall short is they don't make it fun to just watch little dudes walk around and do their thing. Like, I think the individual dwarves manage to have a lot of personality, even in ASCII. And I don't even mean in their text descriptions, I mean just, like, in general. Merchants have embarked on their journey. Let's just double check that I got the broker out of there. Yeah, I did. No, the speed that the dwarves walk at is the speed that your frame rate's set at, right? So, that's all that is. Chat room, you have to post beers. Also, hey, Ice Slice Smoke. Yet some more migrants have arrived. So we're getting, I think, 3 migrants. Investments have just started. The 3 highest investment winners get these 3 dwarves, if they don't already have dwarves. So get your investments in right now, if you haven't. Sorry. Okay, it's just ending. Telling Artho, Ice Smoke, and wait, what? All right, well, that's easy. Telling Artho already has a dwarf. So... Does Wait What have a dwarf? Nope. Okay, so Wait What and Ice Smoke get dwarves. I think there's an H in there, but eh. And then this last dwarf, we'll just give to the lovely person over there in the YouTube chat. All right. There we go. We get to read some dwarves. This is a beekeeper. They are an adequate beekeeper, but a legendary musician. You do know a song called Dungeon, and a song called Chance Socketed, and a song called The Birth of Hells, and a musical composition called Races. The future will tell in the beginning. The Future Will Tell in the Beginning is a musical composition authored by Murrell. It is an example of the rampart of fences. The work has no particular subject, and overall the composition is masterful. Dungeon over here is Dungeon is a musical composition authored by Murrell. It is an example of the adorable couple. And it's called Dungeon? Okay. The work has no particular subject, and overall the composition is masterful. This dwarf dislikes abstract discussions and would much rather be focused on practical examples, is not readily moved by art or natural beauty, and is conflicted by this as she values artwork in its creation. She has a very calm demeanor, and she is trusting. She is a friendly individual, and she has a sense of duty and has a greedy streak. She can handle stress, and she lives a fast-paced life. She does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and she tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally does not feel strongly about the law and does not care about leisure time. This dwarf, right here, can join the Shooty Shoot Squad. Next up here, we have Islay Smoke. Islay Smoke has 2 lovers and a spouse. Their spouse is Olel, who's right behind them. Their 2 lovers don't live here, or died. One of the 2. They have many cousins already in the fort, several uncles, and an aunt, and their younger brother, who's unemployed Shaku. And fortunately, unlike the last fort that we did, the majority, if not all, of your relatives in the fort are not dead. This dwarf is very easily falls into love and develops positive feelings, is very humble and is stubborn and tries to keep her things orderly. She is quite polite, and she is troubled by this and of this natural tendency in herself, as she finds dignified society to be stifling and silly when properly considered. She isn't given to flights of fancy, and she tends to consider what others think of her, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and mutters under her breath. When she's nervous, she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of creating a great work of art and personally finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time. Her nose bridge is quite convex and her short hair is neatly combed. Yeah, she does. She kind of has that super short haircut. Her slightly sunken heliotrope eyes are slightly close set, and her hair is chocolate and her skin is peach. And she's 26. And her 23-year-old husband, who's also a peasant, has no skills in anything whatsoever. All right, well, it's okay. You are a competent dancer, singer, and adequate musician, though, so there is that. This dwarf says, I was out in a blizzard. That's very annoying. I agree, that is very annoying. You are going to run forward, and he doesn't handle stress well. He tends to not reveal personal information. He doesn't often feel envious of others. He has a greedy streak, and he is quite polite. He sometimes acts with a little focus on the current, with little determination and confidence. He's very humble, and he is slow to anger. He can sometimes act without deliberation and he isn't given to flights of fancy, and there's a dog that grew up. Islay Smoke, thanks for the 5-pack of gift subs. Appreciate you. He has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and he isn't particularly curious about the world. He occasionally overindulges, generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Thank you very much for the 5-pack of gift subs. Appreciate you, Islay. Doesn't care about the law. Sounds like a hilarious hammer candidate. Could really use a drink. I need to jump back down here and continue working on these. Alrighty, Islay, thank you very much for swinging by, saying hi, and all that stuff, as well as the 5-pack of gift subs. You're very kind. So this right here needs this done. I need a lever. Ooh, frame rate just went bye-bye for a moment there. Something's going on somewhere. It's okay, it's recovering. Actually, the frame rate is probably because of the trench that I'm digging. What? We got some very strange, like, depressed dwarves in this fort. It's like, you're super depressed, and I'm not sure why. Chat, for my web spitters, do I use puppies, dogs, or geese? actually going to use gelded dogs. Geese? Fine, we'll use a dog and then the 2 geese. Because I only have 2 geese and I need 3. The thing, Olel, is with the dwarves in Dwarf Fortress, it's kind of like getting your palm read, where it's like it's generic enough that like it feels real, but at the same time, very much is just designed to make you feel like it's real. If that makes any sense. Spider Goose, Spider Goose. Sure. Okay, so what I need is I need that to get done. Turns out these dwarves very, 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 very busy at this exact minute in time. Good that my military are generally pretty happy. Jetpack tux, though, doesn't make too much sense. Okay, we'll just remove you from other jobs. Just go chill, dwarf. Instruction suspended? Excuse me? Let's see if they can do this without getting stuck here. Okay, so we're bringing the 2 geese down as well. Great. Actually, you know what? Let's do it this way. Queue up, let's just say 3 fillet, and then 1 mudstone there. Usually this will solve this issue. You're probably connecting the lever. That 1 2-year-old dog, we're just waiting on these geese. Actually starting to think I'm probably running out of ammunition. Oh no, actually it's not that bad. Although I can throw out those blow darts. Alright, well I'll just do it this way to make my life easier. Come on. Dwarf. God damn it. Man, can't fix stupid. Well, back to square one. You know, some things just seem like they should be so simple, right? They should be so simple. By all accounts, it should be a very simple procedure. However, in reality, it ain't so simple. Now I need to wait for eternity while all my dwarves finish digging out this channel so that they can then go all the way down there again and fix that. If you're wondering what I'm making, we're making a silk farm. Hello, Fernando. Boom. Off in the background. So chat, if I were to ask you this question, what would you like to see as the second game today? Would you like to see the continuation of that Caves of Cut playthrough or more Soul Ash 2? Whichever one you pick, we'll do the other one tomorrow. Chat saying Cud. Okay, noted. We'll do more Soul Ash 2 tomorrow then. Big kids say Cud. Little kids say cock. Just saying. You're just here for DF? Well, that's a you problem. Cute. Shoutouts to the one person on YouTube who said Soul Ash. Meditate on death. Damn right. All right, let's jump back down to that very much forgotten beast and dwarf and everything else. See if we can do this correctly this time. No, I said whichever one you pick, we'll do the other one tomorrow. So you guys have said Cud, so we'll do Cud tonight and then some more Soul Ash 2 tomorrow. Yeah. Okay. Got that done. Come on, critter. Move forward. I mean, or don't. There you go. That's where I need you. Playfic that behaved. All right, so now I can go over here and we can knock this wall down. Get rid of this door. And then we can test the sucker out. Is platinum breastplate good? I mean, it's an artifact, right? So dwarf come down here, pull lever. It locks this door, drops the drawbridge. It shoots out a bunch of webbies. We just let it do that for a bit. It scares the ever-living piss out of this goose. The dog has a panic attack. This goose knows what it did, though. Then that's done. Then I build a new wall here. Then I pull this lever again. I mean, a platinum breastplate would be really, really good for weight training. I don't know if I would use it. But then the dwarves can come in here and collect all these webs. Easy peasy. Tungsten breastplate would be extremely heavy. Yep, this is very much true. Tungsten breastplate would in fact be quite heavy. Although be wary about setting up clothing industries like this. Because there's a noted bug in this version where, for some reason, you can't sell Forgotten Beast clothing, like stuff made out of Forgotten Beast silk. You can't sell it. It's kind of busted. Like, genuinely, like, that's just kind of busted. You mean the geese or the dog? Definitely the geese. They are way older. Dog is only 2. Except what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a collect webs job, which I'm just going to push up to the top here so I don't lose track. The amount of thread is less than 50. Collect 50. And I'm going to go to the automatic jobs, and we're just going to disable that. Oh, shit, we got albatrosses on the map. Oh, crap. There's also this cave swallow person. Who is... wait, is this a bird riding on a bird? Wow, it's a cave swallow person riding on a cave swallow. There's something kind of funny about that. Like, kind of very funny to me. Is there a way to make your dwarves in the military stronger? Let them train? What? You can train them up to legendary, and that's about it. But the weight and the size of dwarves factors into how strong they are. If a dwarf is larger, a dwarf is just going to naturally be stronger in the military. Ah. Maybe this was a mistake. Phoenix, followed by dog with 15 children. All right, well, I guess we have a fight now. Where was that? Okay, so they're already fighting. Rokar's here, fighting with the cave swallow people. I see, they came in from the side I wasn't expecting. They seem to have, like, pretty effectively surrounded the cave swallow person. That's one down. Follow them. Truth, there's Monticore. I think we'll follow Phoenix. Running this way. While chasing them, from the looks of things. They go back and then they're all stationed. There's a few more over here, which is where they're supposed to go. Dwarves move up. Bits and pieces flying everywhere. Bolts being shot out at a distance. I'm sure even the war dogs are making waves. Dwarves are... A flying iron bolt strikes the cave swallow blowgunner in the upper body, fracturing the muscle and the ribs. Even the dog is doing work by shaking the cave swallow woman around by the head, tearing apart the muscle. And somebody dropped their artifact. That's a shame. Shall send them back. Get back inside, dwarves, where it's safe. These caverns are dangerous. Creatures lurk in the unknown. Had to charge the phone. Yeah, that seems like a important thing. Feels kind of bad torturing that dog like that. What about the geese? Do you have no feelings for the great geese? I mean, come on. It's not that dog's fault it rolled a bad dice roll on life. So does the dog. The dog probably peed on the carpet. Geese are evil, they deserve it. That is a very... How do I word this while still being funny? harsh take against our friends the geese. I unironically love geese. Like, genuine statement. I love geese. Geese are fantastic. So nice actually seeing these things work. Also, let's see, did that work? No, it didn't. Okay, so they don't clean up snow if you put a stockpile on it. Yeah, I don't know. We're gonna have to figure out how to get rid of the snow up here, because that's gonna be a process that we're gonna have to go through. Moose are more dangerous than geese. You know, it's very rare that I feel the need to say this, but no fucking shit, Sherlock. Moose are more dangerous than geese. Duh! Where did you get that thought? To be fair, you never have to worry about... I need to dig through my phone and find those pictures of me asleep in a flock of geese. Or waking up with a flock of geese around me and them just being super chill. I need to go find that. Geese are awesome. I love geese. One of the best birds. It's great, because they also keep all the parents with the annoying children away from me when I'm on the beach. Let's go hang around at the geese. The amount of children screaming per meter goes down by a significant margin. Bright it's hard for me to read that in any voice except for Jar Jar Binks' voice. It's like, because I know that you're saying meese is in like the incorrect, false, wrong plural of moose, right? Because the plural of moose is moose, but I read that as meese as in like the way Jar Jar Binks would say it, so it's like, Misa are powerful! I read that. Which sounds extraordinarily bad. But, you know. No, I kind of hate Jar Jar. He's kind of a terrible character. Poorly written, like, bad character. Which is why he's a meme, because he's a bad character. Very well acted, but a bad character. But there's only so much you can do when you're given bad writing and poor instruction. That's not a theory. I'm pretty sure that's just like canonical fact, isn't it? Or at least it was at one point. That might have gotten retconned, but... It might still be a thing in some of the cartoons. All right. So we have all this stone all the way around here. Getting there. Oh, shit! Neezer has grown to be an adult who has a note on them that says, put me in the military. So let's see if they still need to be put in the military. So Neezer is now 18 years old. And their description is as follows. He doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise, dislikes abstract discussions and would much rather focus on practical examples. He likes to be a little tight with resources when working on projects and often feels envious of others. He tends to not reveal personal information, and he has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. He's pleased by his own appearance and talents, and he often acts with compassion. He rarely is happy or enthusiastic, and he is conflicted by this. He values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he often feels discouraged. He lives a fast-paced life, and he shakes his finger up and down when he's trying to remember something. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of bathing the world in chaos. That's why. Personally thinks that the world should be engaged in perpetual warfare. That's also why. And would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder. That's also why. Sees those that sacrifice for others should be deeply respected. That's also why. And finds leisure time wasteful, values family, and doesn't see the point in working hard. I hate this dwarf. Join the stabby squad. I love that this dwarf isn't even, like, out of his kitty clothes yet. Still red. And with his badger leather shoes. Chaos reigns supreme, dwarf. Also, let's remove you from here. And you ended up with a bronze longsword. Well, I need to make more steel. Got 6 steel bars. Let's make steel short sword. Let's make 2. And 2 steel shields. I just need to make more steel. I've just been kind of lazy. A contradiction from hell. Pretty much, yep. And still hauling a mug. He's equipped with a mug and a longsword, apparently. All right, well, let me check something. So I've got 377 of those. Tons of lead and shitballs worth of coke. Okay, so I'm going to make 50 pig iron bars and 50 steel bars. Pig iron, steel, bar. Yeah, no, that kid is something. But I respect it, I know. Kiddo's gotta hustle. Listen to poetry. Blazing Iceberg is getting very happy thoughts about listening to this poetry. It must be some sort of fantastic poetry. All right, let's go 1 layer lower. Because I could probably just dump the lava in at this point and be okay. But I want it to be a little bit lower. I'd like to be below the lowest point of the glacier so that when I start pumping lava into this, I get less... I get a good amount of obsidian forming around the edges, but I don't want too much. Because otherwise it'll fuck up the flow. It's a giant dingo. Wouldn't the walls melt? The constructed walls won't. The ice walls will, but they'll also immediately become obsidian. But on the 1 layer outside of it, they will melt. So basically there will be a layer of obsidian and a layer of water on the outsides. And I can't fill it up all the way or it will melt my fort. I also need to try and get as many of these boulders out of here as possible. Yeah, I mean, like, if I were to pour lava on top of this glacier, it wouldn't all, like, collapse, cave in, and melt. Parts of it would, but large parts of it would just become bricks of obsidian, right? Because it is technically like an ocean. It's water, right? There's also an aquifer in here somewhere that I'm going to need to find. That's fine. Just dig you down another layer. Has been your main event tonight? I don't think I'll be able to pump lava in today, unless I do nothing but Dwarf Fortress today, and I kind of want to play Cud today. Because I still need to get the pump stack up to where it needs to flow in, because it's still... The pump stack, I think, is still 10 layers down. What is Cud? QUD, Caves of Cud, is a traditional roguelike. There's quite a few VODs of it up on my second YouTube channel, Mind Extras. But it can be found via Steam. It's called Caves of Cud, spelled QUD. Or just Cud for short. UD. It's also the stuff that cows chew when they vomit their food back up into their mouths so that they can re-swallow it. You'll get it eventually. Yeah, that's fair. Excited for the Cud gameplay? I'm still debating as to whether or not the YouTube stream's going to stay up. Because I'm still kind of weird about the YouTube side of things. I probably should just keep it up. Oop, that got a little close. Yeah, that's a little... That's a little close. Okay, well... The turkeys are escaping into my moat. This is very well planned. Much of this is going to cave in. I think I'm just going to move the turkeys over to a different location. Let's just move the turkeys down here. Yeah, I agree. Same thought exactly. I couldn't have said it better myself. A sub icon, the little hat. I mean, I didn't make it. Shoutouts to Cooler who did all my art. Just being pretty careful with this so I don't get any cave-ins. Well, you're clearly not that efficient of a YouTube purist because you're still here, so... Something's working. Or not working. So I'm going to move all of the birds and these animals over. Also going to move the nest boxes over. Well, if I remove, say, this tile right here, then there will be nothing to support this tile, and then it'll cave in. If I remove all of these tiles, then there's nothing to support these tiles, and they'll cave in. Usually, I see what you're saying. So I just need to make sure that not all of the support gets removed because there's nothing beneath it to hold it up. Yeah, you did. Let's just get Gabbro put in because that's the color I've been using for everything pretty much. It's okay. I got the gist. Don't worry about the accidental double typo. Sivith, the weaponsmith withdraws from society, which is good because that dwarf has been super depressed. They need a mood bump. All right, so turkey, turkey, turkey. Don't need you. That's it. Okay. Let's jump over to here and see. Oop, we got a Yeti on the map. We got a Yeti on the map who's pretty far away, though. Cheers, Brightchu. Is a dwarf just sleeping? Trying to attend a meeting with the mayor who is literally asleep. Well, I think the mayor needs no other jobs. Gotta do this all one at a time so I don't cave stuff. And it caved in. Remember I said I just need to make sure that we do this one at a time so I don't cave stuff in? Well, I mean, it just happened. 2 pieces of ice down there now. Let's actually just erase all of this. It's easier if I just do it this way. I don't think anybody died, though, so that's good. Rather, I didn't see anybody die. Somebody might have died, but... Close to the edge of this. All right, that's the last one that needs to go. Okay, sweet, we're good. We're good. No cave-ins. Dies by falling off a waterfall. They'll appoint a new outpost liaison. Just don't make a habit of accidentally killing like one of the most important temporary members of your fort. At least that would be my advice. I could be mistaken, but I think somebody in the YouTube chat is laughing at you by clicking the laughing face button. Or me. It's hard to say. Or they're laughing with you. You could interpret it that way. Interpret it? I don't think that's a word. Anyway, don't worry about it. Oh, damn, son.
Is that interesting?
You know, okay, so I have a story bit here. You guys want to see this? So, Siv made
Over here, he has a
Evud
sword.
Tob. a short sword and offers it to the Frosty Beards, right? So this dwarf just made a short sword. This dwarf is the parent of that dwarf that just grew up and joined the military. There's only two logical directions I could go with this. One, that sword goes into this dwarf's bedroom. Or two, this dwarf gets that sword. One of the two things. What do you think, chat? Dwarf gets sword? Okay. The problem is it's going to be super easy for me to, like, lose track of who has it. But... all right. So just perfectly normal gear, except specifically for that dwarf. And let's see, do you actually go get the right weapon? That's the question. Better question is, why'd you grab a buckler? Interesting. This is a steel short sword. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of steel. It's literally just made of steel. Cavern dwellers. That dwarf doesn't actually have their gear, so I'm not going to send them down. We're in an ad. It's dangerous, take this, damn right. A dwarf made a artifact sword for their child, is what just happened. Dad making a sword for his son that is fulfilling his dreams of being a warrior? Yep, it is pretty wholesome. Aside from the fact that his son might just go die against these bird people now, but you know. So, you know. I love it when people say, hey, Blind, I watched your stream, and I really, really like your content. Here, and based on the games that you play, we thought that you would be really interested in our game. Our game is something I'm completely not interested in playing ever, and we are releasing on Steam tomorrow. Would you like a key? Please respond to this email. Absolutely not. I will not respond to that email. Thank you for not sending me a key and making me have to respond to you saying, please don't send me keys. Gah. God damn it. Hopefully he rolls a 20. No, I'm actually just not going to send that kid in. Bird people watch everything. They kindly to a bird person being killed. That's fine. Not the concern for me. Alright, so they are trying to fight with my war dogs, and then my war dogs, aside from getting thrown backwards by this bird, they do appear to actually be doing damage to the bird. This bird here is now bleeding.
Don't send keys. Do send geese.
Send geese, yes. This. Thank you very much for the 17th month fight up. The war dog attacks the cave swallow woman, but she scrambles away. I like just the throws. Is literally just throwing dogs. This bird person. But now they all appear to be on top of the bird person, and the bird person is having a very rough time of things, bleeding, heavy bleeding even. And now it appears that probably I have a named war dog. I would guess. Who got the kill? It's got to be one of you. It's gotta be one of you. It's gotta be one of you. Oh, there you are. Look at this. Stray war dog got the kill. Congratulations. You done diddle it. And now we just have this cave crocodile who's having a rough day, getting bit a lot by doggos. There's statues getting toppled. You big assholes. Let's do that and that. And I'm waiting for my military to get down here. They'll get down here eventually. Once I have more dwarves, we can actually, assign them down here. I'm going to send this down here. We're going to go fight with the remainder of the bads. Oops, there was Dr. Funk here, dancing around, shooting bolts, kiting at a distance, trying to stay safe. War dogs come running in. Another dog dies. Rest in peace. And Shroof takes out yet another one of these critters. Till and Artho is also down here inspecting the fighting just to make sure things are going as they should. And this dwarf just runs off in the middle of goddamn nowhere for some reason. I'm not sure why you are completely... Oh, you are armed. You just have named your sword. So you jump on that and then hack them into pieces. Well, that's very effective. The dwarves then begin to stand. And then the Forgotten Beast, Ikar, Exek, has come. A huge quadruped composed of salt. It has a long hanging tail and a bloated body and a very funny name. I'm going to send my Pew Pew Marks dwarves down here. And we're going to go see where this thing is. Please be on this level. That'd be great. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, it is. It's coming for us. Here come big monster. Big bag monster. It's running straight at us. Right through everything, directly towards my soldiers at a clip of very fast, and immediately dies. It appears that Corn Knob slashed at the punched the Forgotten Beast in the front leg with her in the right front leg with her right hand, and the severed part sails off in an arc. The Forgotten Beast then charges at the Swordmaster. The Swordmaster jumps away. The Forgotten Beast misses the Swordmaster. The Swordmaster slashes the Forgotten Beast in the left front foot with her named sword, and the severed part sails off in an arc. The Swordmaster then slashes the Forgotten Beast in the lower body, and the severed part sails off in an arc. So there's now a dead beast there, and I can send both these dwarves back to all of these dwarves back to what they were doing previously, which is good. And yeehaw, Dwarfy. Yeehaw. Which means I need to forbid everything. Or unforbid everything, rather. And then we can just simply watch the salt be carried away. Let's go, Corn Knob. Corn Knob's such a good dwarf name. Not gonna lie, it's so good. It's so good. We're not gonna be able to build it there, so let's place one over here. Fantastic little series of events, that. Bring more. I need to train a bunch more dogs is what I need to do. Man, just puffins. What a shame. And you come back and there's statues and blood in the comments. Blazing Iceberg, I hope you realize that I'm quite literally going to end up building your username. Like, quite literally. So that was a pretty exciting moment, but I think we're just going to put a engraving on the ground here. And I think that we're going to make an engraving of this creature. Just put it there. Yeah, no, these caverns have been rather eventful, shall we say. Now suddenly there's a lot of way closer stuff that they can go harvest. Instead of standing all the way there, they can just... You beat a croc to death with your bare hands? Damn right you did. That's carrying Isaac's lower body. Damn. Okay, so we're going to pause the game. I'm going to double click this, close the UI, click this, specify image, and what's the name of this thing? ESXAC. ESXAC. Yeah, there it is. Is the save file ruined? Can you load an older version of the save? Do you have backups? But sounds like it. If you installed a bunch of mods, that might have something to do with it. It's one of those things where it's kind of hard to actually pinpoint unless I'm the one playing. But my knee-jerk response is, that sounds bad. This has been a much more exciting day, I will say. It's an image of the tusk. The tusk is traveling. The artwork relates to the wandering of the forgotten beast, the tusk of evisceration at the depths of the world in year 1. I think that's what we'll do, because like they keep toppling my statues. So I think like me just making engravings is more logical. That's all 3, which I can move over to here. Speaking of, did that dwarf ever manage to get that weapon equipped? Nope. It's curious. I think what I'm going to do is this. This is going to be for all armor, but only made out of steel. Also for all weapons, but only made out of steel. And go to this one right here. Same deal. So armor, no other, no unusable, and only steel. Weapons, all, no unusable, no other materials. Only steel. And obviously no trap components. And then I'm going to make a minecart. Make 20 steel shields. And steel helms. Let's make 20. Damn, big winners. And here, we're gonna add new routes. Thunk, we're gonna call this arms and weps. And this will be bup, bup, bup. And you're gonna load, we'll just say all of these, because it doesn't actually matter that much in that regard. 0 bins. 0 bins. Okay. And you load all that. So you're gonna load from here. And we're gonna put, oh, I'm out of minecarts. Okay. We need to make a minecart. Half dwarfs. Gotta have a carpenters around here. Now I'm suddenly wondering, do I have a carpenters? I don't think so. Well, shit. Oh, no, I do. Go around and fix the imperfections in here. Devildon is stumbling around obliviously. I select no usable. Oh, you are correct. Yeah, I got it right on armor, wrong on weapons. And also nothing but steel. Backwards on this one. I gotta remove those bins again. Anyway, in other news, my brain starts to turn to mush after a while, so. Clearly we are hitting that point of critical mass. This dwarf is something. It's killed 2 forgotten beasts and a cave toad. Killed Rocco, Crude esteems the cave toad, and also that creature. This dwarf is rapidly becoming one of my better ones. Boom Boom Shrimp's gonna be proud. This 19-year-old lady. I like how that's a large thing. Like, just immediately, oh, yeah, large, yep, can't use it. Might as well melt it down. Actually, I could also speed this process up a tad by making that bigger. I'll get all these swords and stuff brought in, and it's all just gonna get stacked over there. There we go. We got some helms, a few new swords coming in. And these are still having a hard time picking up the correct sword. Let's try reassigning that. Maybe it's the custom uniform that's the issue here. New weapon, specific weapon. Confirm. Oh, now you're gonna go sleep. Wait, no, that's telling Eartho. Now are you gonna go get it? Do I have to do it twice? There we go. That's what you're supposed to do. Sheesh. Jetpack Tux has revealed the presence of duty spells to somebody. Tisk, tisk. All right. Whip, update uniform. Just about everybody has shields now. All right, chat room. We've made some great progress today. Like some genuine great progress today. And I don't even say that as like a joke, like we've made some great progress today. We dug out this whole trench. We have 2 bridges. We started, and I do mean like barely started, building our second tower. We've got this bridge rolling over here, this bridge rolling over here. We killed a bunch of forgotten beasts, had a bunch of fun with that. We managed to catch a thief who now lives in this cage, and I'll figure out what to do with him eventually. You do not try to steal our artifacts. I'll probably, actually, here's something we should do with this thief. So this dwarf here, this thief, they have clothes on, and I think that that's a little bit offensive to my people. So this should, in theory, remove all of their clothing. Okay, so I have to unforbid it first. So it's forbidden. So if I unforbid it, and see. Yeah, there you go. See, they're all removing his clothing. This dwarf, Bim, having all of their clothes removed. Eventually. So I don't know what we'll eventually do with them. Maybe encase the thieves in obsidian. And then engrave an image of them on the obsidian block. Happy holidays. I'm just, that's kind of all I've got at this point. We'll figure it out. We'll do something with it. Dwarf is slowly losing all of his stuff. And more people want to stay here. I mean, why would you want to? This place is horrible. All right. So like I said, we've definitely upgraded our military quite a bit. We made some more artifact weapons. We killed a bunch of forgotten beasts with a combination of Mark's dwarves and then stupid Will. And the plan for tomorrow is to continue this insanity. You make an ice sculpture out of them? I could freeze them in ice, yeah. I could do, that might even be easier, to freeze them in ice. Because I just need to dump a bucket of water on them where they are right now. Or chain them up somewhere and then dump buckets of water on them, and that would freeze them. So yeah, that would be much easier. So, chat. I've been live so far for 8 hours and 18 minutes. What is Olel currently doing? I would assume running around, doing dwarf things. Meditating on rivers. You'll never see one of those here, so hopefully you get all your needs out of meditating about them, because you'll never actually see one. But yeah, you are meditating on rivers. All right, so we will be picking this fortress back up tomorrow. And the main goal for tomorrow is to get the lava into the moat, because it's almost deep enough. I think it needs to go down another layer. I could do it on this layer, but then I would have to cut out all this. Yeah, I will probably go one layer deeper. Do I have dwarves stuck in here? Because I just realized that stairwell's broken. No, but it's fine. I can fix this. I can fix this! But we're gonna go play some Caves of Cud for the remainder of the stream. Checking the YouTube side of things. Yeah, I can leave the YouTube stream running. I've been turning the YouTube stream off, but just for the VOD people, what I think we'll do is say goodnight, YouTube. This is for the folks watching the VOD. Tomorrow we'll be picking this fort back up, and the main goal is to just simply get this full of lava and then start prototyping a defensive structure around here somewhere. Or even up here somewhere. Not entirely sure. It could also end up being up here because there's plenty of space, but we'll be building towers, minecarts, powering the thing, getting power up, building tracks. I got a couple ideas. Should be good. So, and actually, you know what? I think I'll shut the YouTube stream off. So, YouTube kids, or people over on the YouTube side of things, if you want to watch some Caves of Cud, pop on over to the Twitch channel. We'll keep that going. Otherwise, I think I'm just going to shut the YouTube stream down. Curious about what would happen if dfhack reveal all command is executed in the Steam version. It does exactly the same as it did in previous versions. It reveals everything.